We're good?
Good.
Thank you. If everyone could please go on mute. This is the Baltimore City Council Budget and Appropriations Committee. We are here tonight for Council Bill 20-0527, Ordinance of Estimates for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2021. I am Councilman Eric Costello from the 11th District, Chair of the committee. I'm joined this evening by Council President Brandon Scott. In chambers with me is Councilman Bill Henry from the 4th District, member of the committee, as well as Councilman Leon Pinkett, 7th District, member of the committee. They may be assisting me with chairing responsibilities this evening. In addition, we are joined on WebEx with Councilman Z. Cohen from the 1st District, Councilwoman Danny McCray from the 2nd District, Councilman Ryan Dorsey from the 3rd District, Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer from the 5th District, Council Vice President Sharon Green Middleton from the 6th District, Councilman Chris Burnett from the 8th District, Councilman John Bullock from the 9th District, Councilman Ed Reisinger from the 10th District, Councilman Robert Stokes from the 12th District, Councilwoman Shannon Sneed from the 13th District, and Councilwoman Mary Pat Clark from the 14th District. A couple quick ground rules for the hearing this evening before I go to the rest of the introductions. I would ask that you stay on mute unless you're speaking during the hearing. If you have your cell phone next to you, please turn that to mute or vibrate so it doesn't ring when you're speaking. In addition to that, we are joined by Matt Stegman and Nina Themlis on behalf of Mayor Jack Young. We are also joined by Kaylin Young, Dominic McAlilly, and Rebecca Simmons on behalf of Council President Brandon Scott. With us this evening also is staff to the committee, Marguerite Curran, who I'd like to thank for her incredible work living out of council chambers this past week. We are here tonight for the Baltimore Police Department budget, or portion of the budget. Joining me in chambers this evening is Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, Chief of Staff to the Police Commissioner, Eric Melanson, Director of Government Relations for the Police Department, Michelle Wurzberger. In addition, we are joined by Acting Solicitor Dana Moore, as well as Sonny Schnitzer, who is the Deputy Chief of Staff for Public Safety to Mayor Young. And we have the Budget Director, or the Director of the Bureau of Budget and Management Research, Bob Seneme. With that, we are going to start off with the Commissioner. Commissioner, I'm going to ask that you start your presentation and load your slide deck. Please keep your presentation to somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 minutes. With that, I turn it over to you, Mr. Commissioner.
Good evening, President Scott, Vice President Middleton, Chairman Costello, Vice Chairman Pinkett, and members of this City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Baltimore Police Department's budget this evening. I am joined by members of my executive team, and we look forward to answering your questions tonight. Over the past year, the Baltimore Police Department has completed 3 critical documents that outline the vision for how we should be moving forward as an agency: our crime reduction and transformation plan, our departmental staffing plan, and our community policing plan. These plans are linked together and have been reviewed and approved by a consent decree monitoring team appointed by the federal court. These documents provide the foundation for a new way forward for how the BPD must operate, and they are critical for providing transparency and rebuilding public trust with the BPD. We have made tremendous progress over the past year, and these plans require significant resources for us to complete them. The budget before you today authorizes a total of $550 million for the Baltimore Police Department. But right away, you should be aware that it includes nearly $40 million in non-general fund categories such as federal and state grant dollars. The BPD's general fund allocation is $509 million, which is only a 5% increase compared to last year. This is mainly due to fixed costs that have increased, which are outside of the department's control, such as pension and benefit costs. For everyone's awareness, the BPD began planning for a series of budget reductions starting several months ago. We understand the gravity of the city's obligations under the Kerwin Commission's recommendations for much needed investment in education, so we had begun identifying ways to cut. Those efforts only intensified due to the COVID-19 emergency, where we are now being asked to make further cuts given the loss in city revenue. We have looked at the entire budget for BPD and found efficiencies and service changes that we believe will not lead to any significant harm to operations or our compliance efforts. Those cuts, which total just over $13 million, are factored in the budget before you today. As part of building and strengthening public trust, there comes a critical test. Can the police department demonstrate good and proper management of the financial resources that it has been given? For the BPD, that answer is clearly yes. Over the past year, we can clearly demonstrate and have demonstrated how we have been good stewards of the taxpayers' money. Let me give you a few examples. Overtime. When I first became the commissioner, BPD's overtime spending was out of control, exceeding $47 million in fiscal year 2019. This excessive amount of overtime is not only a budgetary issue, it's a huge concern for our members' health and wellness, which was an action needed to be taken. We delved into the issue and I ordered several new policies be put into place, including enforcing limits on the amount of overtime officers can work in a week so that they are not overstressed, mandating written requests to work and supervisor pre-approval for overtime, creating bi-weekly overtime budgets for each bureau, district, and division. All of these efforts gave our managers the tools to effectively manage overtime costs, and we hold them accountable every single week through our CompStat process and every other week through CityStat. And we're seeing the results. Collectively, these policies have reduced overtime spending by as much as 30% per payroll period since their enactment. Also, we created the Administrative Duties Division. We had more than 100 officers who were not serving at full duty because of medical injury or condition. These officers were performing various light duty assignments, tasks, with different levels of active management. We centralized the supervision of these officers under a new Administrative Duties Division, under a commander whose main responsibility was to actively work with them to get them healthy so they can return to full duty as soon as possible. Of the first group of 113 officers who were assigned to this division, 101 were returned to full duty in a matter of just a few months. As a result, we were able to increase the number of active members in patrol to levels not seen since 2017. Now let's talk about the fleet. BPD's fleet is a critical component of our operations. However, when my leadership team was put into place last year, we discovered that the department's fleet management practices were terribly costly and very inefficient. We partnered with the Baltimore Corps, the Civic Innovators Program, and the Mayor's Office of Performance and Innovation to obtain the help of local civic and business leaders to review how we can better manage our fleet resources. These companies like BG&E, Comcast, M&T Bank, and T. Rowe Price have experience in operating and maintaining large fleets and asset management. They were able to provide us with actionable recommendations that will greatly improve our fleet management processes, ensure our financial decisions on fleet maintenance that make sense, and enact large cost savings over the next few years. These are just a few examples of how we have demonstrated fiscal responsibility with the funds that you have entrusted to us. This did not happen by accident or by luck, but rather through good management practices being implemented and enforced. We are committed to continuing that work so we can ensure that every dollar allocated for BPD is spent in the most efficient and effective way. The first of two slides of our presentation summarize these changes in fiscal year 21 budget. You may notice that the budget looks very different than it did last year. One of my first acts after being confirmed as commissioner was to undertake a complete reorganization of the department. These structural changes eliminated duplicative functions, unnecessary layers of management, unclear lines of authority, and uneven spans of control. However, by the time the effort was completed in April of 2019, the budget was already ready for submission. When I presented before this committee last June, I promised that this year's budget would be overhauled to align with that reorganization, be reflective of where our resources actually are, and ultimately be more transparent. In keeping with that promise, this budget achieves those objectives and is the product of months of extremely diligent and meticulous work by members of my team and BBMR. So I want to thank the work of Bob Senamine and BBMR's analysts for assisting us with this incredible effort. If you have any questions regarding these changes, we're certainly standing ready to walk you through them. Now, we have identified which overtime savings of $3.4 million is the result of redeploying specialized units back to patrol. This includes officers who were previously assigned to support the aviation, mounted, and traffic investigation units. The mounted unit and the motorcycle units will be used only for high priority special events that require extensive traffic control resources. Traffic investigations will be focused on fatal and serious injury accidents or accidents involving DWI. We also originally programmed a reduction in the flight hours for our helicopters from 16 hours to 12 hours each day. This could cause a significant operational gap given the value that it brings to supporting our patrol, investigations, and special event functions, such as the protests that have been occurring over the past 2 weeks. We are working with BBMR to identify resources within our proposed budget to potentially restore this level of service without asking for any additional funding. Now, we have developed $4.3 million of savings from improved efficiencies. This includes continuous oversight with respect to overtime spending. The policies mentioned earlier were not fully enacted until August of 2019. We are now able to assume the entire year's worth of savings for fiscal year 21 with our improved controls in place. Now, we are also privatizing city building security functions. We have sworn officers providing building security at a handful of city-owned locations and operations. Most of those officers will be transferred and their functions assumed by hiring private security at a lower cost, which results in net savings to the city. Using light-duty officers to review traffic camera citations is also important. Currently, officers perform this function on an overtime basis. Next year, we will have light-duty officers assigned to our administrative duties division performing this function on straight time. We're also reducing our budget for legal settlements by $1.2 million, due in part to policy reforms and the usage of body-worn cameras. We have observed a sustained downward trend in this cost category. Rather than hold on to that savings and repurposing it for another use, we have cut that amount from our budget. We have reduced 37 vacant civilian positions for $3.6 million. This cut was certainly painful as it puts a hold on our civilianization and professionalization efforts, but has been something the department has been operating without. We were able to identify these positions that were unfilled for some time. So while the additional capacity in these areas could certainly help, we offered up these positions and cut them from our budget. Additional grant funding is important. My team and I have been very aggressive at going after grant funding that is reflective in the fiscal year 21 budget. We have 93 positions supported by grants and special revenue. Most are supported by the state's local law enforcement block grant that we get every year. It also includes a federal grant that we just received that includes funding for 10 new federal task force officers. Also part of the state block grant is another $2.3 million for technology upgrades that allows us to implement additional items in our IT strategy to achieve compliance. Finally, there's an additional $13 million that has been budgeted for anticipated awards under the Federal CARES Act and other new grants. Now, before I turn over the remainder of the presentation to my team, I wanted to take a moment to recognize the outstanding work that the members of this department have done during the protests and events of the last 2 weeks and over the last several months. First, in responding to the COVID-19 crisis, our members have shown great resilience in a time of uncertainty. We have been able to quickly adapt to changing conditions and demonstrate a level of readiness that has put us ahead of other law enforcement agencies in this state and certainly across the country. Second, our members' ability to effectively manage and de-escalate tensions is a model how to properly handle large-scale demonstrations. The city of Baltimore is actually receiving national recognition for how peaceful protests have been. Some of our officers marched with demonstrators, some kneeled with them, and some prayed with them, as did I. The result was that our officers allowed tens of thousands of people to exercise their First Amendment rights safely, while the BPD exercised professionalism, tolerance, and restraint, all with minimal enforcement actions taken. BPD cannot take the credit for this alone. We share it with thousands of people who protested peacefully. We share it with those who assisted us in calming crowds down. We share it with those remarkable individuals that turned over to police custody agitators who attempted to cause violence and destruction. That does not happen unless people of this city have some measure of trust with its police department. I'm proud all around. I'm proud of the men and women of this department. I'm proud of the members of this community on how everyone handled themselves during these events. Now, I know there are those who do not believe there's been change or progress, but I can't help but think how far we've come since the civil unrest of 2015. And what a stark contrast we are to nearly every other major city in this country that has experienced much more violence and destruction and protest. Again, I do not believe that this was by accident or even luck, but rather the result of a lot of hard work. It's because we're in a consent decree. It is because we have taught de-escalation techniques. It is because we have trained new officers in the use of force policies, all of our officers. It is because we have elevated the Public Integrity Bureau and Compliance Bureau to the same importance as operations. It is because of the countless other reforms we've put into place. The events of the last 2 weeks have only reaffirmed my belief that we are a better department than we were a year ago. And yet there is still so much more that needs to be done. This department and this city face serious challenges. We are hundreds of officers short of what we need according to our staffing plan, which is based on a workload-driven analysis and has been approved, again, by the consent decree monitoring team and our judge. We're still operating at a serious deficit of trust with the members of this community that we serve. And so we are moving forward on implementing our community policing plan, again approved by the monitoring team and judge. We're still too violent of a city. And so we are pressing onward with various violence reduction initiatives outlined in our transformation plan. We have a path forward, and if we continue on that course, we will only improve. But we must have the resources available in order for the BPD to reform and improve. As I've mentioned earlier in my remarks, we have demonstrated fiscal responsibility and we will continue to do so. However, after conversations I've had with some council members regarding our budget and the defund police movement, I remain concerned that any further reductions on top of those that we've already made will halt our progress and have very serious consequences. The words defund police means many things to many people. I understand that for some who say that phrase, certainly we're not talking about abolishing police departments or disbanding police districts, an action that would be catastrophic to the city's ability to maintain public safety. But for most who are asking to defund the police, what I believe they're really asking is to look for ways to change how we operate so police are not the only ones trying to solve all of the city's problems. I've said before that police are often asked to be all things to all people. We have reached a turning point in our country where we should re-examine what we want policing to be in our country. And for BPD, that is what our reform process and community policing plan are all about. We look forward to engaging in future conversations with all of you and the community as we improve policing in Baltimore. Now, in addition to rethinking how we could operate, there are other functions that we are required to manage that I would like the department to move away from or be able to receive resources from outside partners and parties to sustain. For example, BPD personnel should not have to staff central booking or juvenile booking, which could be handled by the state. I want full reimbursement from sports teams for the officers that we provide on the outside of the stadium events and full reimbursement of all of our secondary employment details. If the city can take in more revenue for these hired services, we can use those new funds for worthwhile programs that can address root causes of violence. Those are just a few examples. I want to work with the mayor, the council, and General Assembly because I do not have the authority to make all of these decisions on my own, and I will need all of your assistance. For those who have been calling for additional cuts to our department, BPD's budget, unfortunately, does not allow a lot of room for flexibility. Please consider this. Over 1/3 of the department's budget represents fixed costs that I don't have control over and cannot just be reduced in the budget. These are things like pension obligations, which alone are 20% of the budget, healthcare costs, and workman's comp payments. So when you take a look at the remainder, there are ramifications to make it blanket reductions without considering the impact. Cutting vacant sworn positions means we will not be able to utilize those funds to flex the size of our department to look and feel as if we were fully staffed. Without these resources, more posts will go unfilled in patrol, leading to much longer call response times, further decreasing solve rates for detective units, and a limited ability to respond to major events such as COVID emergencies or protests. Then there's equipment and contracts. We can't eliminate things like body-worn cameras. We know we need to invest in better technology that is woefully outdated. We already have done enough with vehicles. We already don't have enough vehicles in our fleet. We need to operate out of some type of facility regardless of its condition. That's all on the operations side. Now, on the compliance side, please remember that the staffing plan is a court-mandated document. The staffing plan is critical to achieving our community policing plan goals, which are also court-mandated. If we don't have the personnel or the overtime to supplement the shortage of personnel, then we can't properly staff the department, and therefore our officers cannot achieve any of our goals for available time for community policing, which means they'll only be answering calls for service. Without the level of funds that we are requesting in our budget, we will quickly find ourselves unable to achieve compliance with the consent decree, which at the end of the day is all about the very reform the entire country is now demanding. These are not scare tactics or rhetoric. These are just very real scenarios. So you as the council members need to be fully informed of what is at stake. Defund policing, certainly, as I said, means many things to many people, but I can't believe that it would mean defunding progress. We have demonstrated good management of our financial resources, and we are committed to continuing finding efficiencies whenever and wherever we can, and we are seeing that progress. Our department embraces reforms, and we will continue this progress because the residents of our city deserve a world-class police force that inspires trust, ensures safety, and protects the constitutional rights of people we serve. With that, I thank you. My Chief Financial Officer will now go through the remainder of the budget slides.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I believe your CFO is going to go through the remainder of these. Is that what you said? How many slides?
Yes.
How many slides total do we have? 30 seconds slide. Okay, yeah, keep it to 5 minutes, please. And thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. My name is Charlotte Graham, and I'm the CFO, and it's a pleasure to be able to present to you a brief overview of our 10 services within BPD. Tonight, I present you a budget that is based on the values of accountability, transparency, and continuous improvements. We have reformed our budget to match the reality of our organization, providing a more accurate picture of how we operate and creating additional accountability and transparency in the numbers. You will see in this budget, we've made many continuous improvements and multiple efficiencies, resulting in budget cuts of $13 million. Additionally, we've also implemented overtime accountability measures that have enabled us to significantly eliminate overtime waste. Service 621 is the Administration Bureau with a total budget of $110 million, of which $17.3 million is from grants or special revenue. The Administration Bureau provides agency-wide support and contains the Administrative Duties Divisions, Asset Management, Central Records, Legal Affairs, Finance, and other support functions. There are 444 authorized positions in the service, of which 240 authorized positions are in the Administrative Duties Division. And as the PC mentioned, these are officers who are on medical or light duty status, and they were centralized so that we could have additional accountability and transparency and get these officers back to work as quickly as possible. The numbers assigned to this unit will fluctuate based on injuries. The next largest area is asset management. This is where our vehicles are budgeted with a combined operating cost of $14.4 million and our allocation to DGS for our real estate at $7 million. With a combined allocation to DGS of $20 million. Also, asset management has the $1.2 million for the Sun Building for the relocation of central districts and other units, freeing up valuable real estate. The service is also a placeholder for the grants fund of $10.7 million in unallocated revenue, and this is for any new grants that we may accept throughout the fiscal year. BPD made several efficiencies and cuts in the Administrative Bureau service to include outsourcing building security so we can return the officers to patrol and hence reduce overtime for having less vacancies. We also made a $1.2 million reduction in legal settlements and a $0.5 million fleet maintenance savings by implementing recommendations from the civic innovators. We also eliminated 16 civilian positions in central records, asset management, and HR as part of the 37 civilian reductions. Police Patrol, Service 622. This is our largest service at $232 million, of which $8.8 million is from grants. There are 1,508 authorized positions, of which 36 are funded in grants or special revenue. This service is responsible for responding to the daily 911 calls. It consists of 9 police districts. The general street patrol activity includes 27 state-funded positions dedicated to foot patrols. The budget includes $340K for research analysts to staff 4 Baltimore Community Intelligence Centers, of which 2 are grant-funded. Although we have a large amount of sworn vacancies, we still have to respond to calls for service. As a result, we have to leverage our current staff through overtime, which is budgeted through the savings of vacant positions. In one of our reductions, we've realigned 31 bodies from special operations to patrol. As a result, we will see a reduction of $3.4 million in overtime in this service, as there'll be less vacancies in patrol. In addition, we've made many internal controls in place on overtime and have seen a downward trend. And even with the unbudgeted events of $2.4 million for COVID and protests, we are still $4.3 million below year-to-date last year in overtime. And as a result, we've further cut overtime in the budget by $2.2 million. The budget also reduces court overtime in this, as we will also be implementing a court overtime policy that will have greater internal controls, resulting in anticipated savings of $861K. The budget also defunds 5 vacant positions as part of the 37 position civilian cuts. Service 623, the Criminal Investigation Division, with a budget of $60.3 million, of which $5.1 million is from grants and special revenue. There are 386 authorized positions, of which 28 are grant funded. The service is responsible for the investigation and enforcement of all.
Ma'am, hang on one second. We got some echo. Where's it coming from? Madam CFO, can you continue? Let's see if the feedback's on your end or someone in chambers.
Okay. The service is responsible for investigation and enforcement of all serious crimes against persons. The largest activity is homicide and robbery, with 120 authorized positions and 19 million, followed by the special investigation section. The budget includes a state grant to establish a crime gun intelligence center that will enhance collaboration, and the funding total is $750K, which will be awarded over 3 years, starting in fiscal year 2020. Next service 626, is the data-driven strategies, $4 million, of which $8.9 million is general funded and $1.5 million in state grants. There are 57 authorized positions and 3 activities: analytical intelligence, operational intelligence, and the Watch Center. Service 628 is the Public Integrity Bureau at a budget of $9.2 million and 54 authorized positions. This service investigates claims of misconduct, including allegations of discourtesy, excessive force, and criminal activity. The positions that decrease were always in the Compliance Bureau, so I just want to point out there's been no reduction in staffing in PIB, and actually it's increased by 7 positions. It's just all about us cleaning up the budget and getting the budget to match the organization. Service 635 is the recruitment section with a $20.4 million general fund budget and 167 authorized positions. The service is responsible for recruiting sworn personnel. The service centralizes the new recruits and the officers in classroom or field training to a new recruit activity at a budget of $14 million and 144 authorized positions. Service 624 is the Crime Lab, Crime Scene, and Evidence Control at $23.2 million and 188 authorized positions, of which 6 are federally funded. The service is responsible for recognizing, recovering, recording, analyzing, reporting, and storing evidence. This year, the service further breaks out the crime scene into a separate activity for additional transparency. The Crime Lab forensic work consists of DNA analysis, latent print analysis, firearm analysis, forensic screening, drug analysis, crime scene processing, photography, and evidence preservation and storage and trace analysis. This budget defunds 14 vacant positions, of which 8 are forensic scientists, as part of the 37 position cuts. Service 807 is the Compliance Bureau, with a $37.4 million budget, of which $2.3 million is grant funded. The service contains 141 authorized positions, And the largest activity in here is going to be Education and Training Division with 74 authorized positions and a budget of $14.6 million. The service also includes other important functions such as IT, consent decree, and performance standards. This new service incorporates activities that were previously housed elsewhere in the agency, and we consolidated them in the budget so that there's oversight of these key priorities of the consent decree with the U.S. Department of Justice. And during fiscal year 2020, we are very excited to bring on board a new role of an equity officer. State grants are expected to support more than $2.3 million of improvements to BPD's information technology, including purchase of a new records management system, which we're all very excited about. Special Operations Section has 114 authorized positions and a budget of $26 million. It includes SWAT, aviation, mounted, canine, marine, secondary employment, special events, and traffic-related units. The service also includes $5.1 million that BPD transfers to the Department of Transportation for the Crossing Guard program. We've made many realignments in this service, as the PC mentioned, and this is with the 31 positions from aviation, mounted, and traffic-related units in police patrol, which resulted in $3.4 million in overtime budget cuts. Since we've realigned bodies in patrol, we need less overtime to make up for the equivalent vacancies we backfill to respond to calls for service. So this is where the reduction comes from. The transfer will result in the use of the horses and motorcycles just for high priority events. We reduce the helicopter flight time from 16 hours to 12 hours in the budget and focusing traffic investigations on fatal and serious injury accidents only. In addition, we are proposing efficiency changes to officers reviewing the speed cameras and special events reimbursements, and this will result in city savings of $2.1 million. Service 853 Patrol Support Service has a budget of $20.6 million, of which $4.1 million is funded through state grants and special revenue. There are 145 authorized positions, and 20 of them are funded by the Crime Reduction Grant detailed to community policing. The service includes community and youth outreach at $3.7 million with 33 authorized positions, dispatch and communications, and central and juvenile records. And juvenile bookings, I apologize. So you will see that our general fund budget only increased by 0.5% or $2.9 million. I would like to thank you for your time tonight. We've been excited to present this reform budget that creates more accountability and transparency. This includes multiple cost savings efficiencies, reducing the budget by $13 million. In addition, we have created controls to eliminate waste and abuse, and we will continue to do so. We strive to be good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars and look forward to continue to implement success stories within our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, before we get started, a couple things I want to note. First, we are going to strictly enforce the two-question rule this evening. If we get too far into a question that sounds like a statement or a speech or something of that sort, I am going to chime in and ask you to get to the question. Secondly, we're going to go in the following order. We're going to start with President Scott. Then we are going to do chair and vice chair of the committee. Then we will do committee members in order of their district from smallest to largest. And then we will do other members of the council from smallest to largest. There will be one exception. Councilman Isaac Yitzi Schleifer is going to be observing the Sabbath starting at 8:16 p.m. this evening. So he is going to go immediately after Council President Scott, and then at approximately 8 p.m., plus or minus, irrespective of what the order is, I'm going to come back to Councilman Schleifer for his second set of two questions. That being said, I'm going to turn it over to Council President Scott. Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I go into my questions, I want to take a moment to address not just this budget, but the moment. We all understand that Baltimore is still fighting not through just COVID-19, but the ongoing epidemic of gun violence in Baltimore. But we are also amidst the largest civil rights call to action in generations. that we all know started following the death and murder of George Floyd in Minnesota by police officers. Our city, which has been the model, along with cities across the country, have mobilized to demand reforms of our justice system and radical changes to our police department. In fact, we all know that they're outside of City Hall as I speak, demanding just that. This is a call to action. And I want to say to my colleagues that now is the time for us to systematically reassess how we invest our public dollars. I am committed to reducing BPD's budget this year and fighting to make reinvestments in communities that we know have been underfunded for my entire lifetime. And we know that many of you are in agreement. And we are going to do that in a way, understanding that we are under consent decree that we asked for, understanding that that comes with costs that we must meet, and we have to honor that because we all know that we have to reform BPD. And when you ask for something, when you commit to something, you must own up to your words and follow them. But also understanding that we are still a city facing gun violence like no other in America. At last year's budget hearing for BPD, I was clear that BPD, this department, and others were going to start having to see their budgets go down over time so that we can do things that we know are long overdue. First and most importantly, that's meeting the Kerwin funding recommendations so that we can be a city that is investing in the promise of our young people rather than its failures. We cannot kick that can down the road any longer. Reducing our dependence on BPD for addressing the issues plaguing our city has to happen, but it has to happen responsibly. As a part of this process, I'll be personally recommending tens of millions of dollars in cuts that will honor our realities in crime. It will also honor our commitment to the consent decree, and will honor our commitments to other things that we know are being pushed on us as we work with our state partners. Baltimore cannot move forward spending a disproportionate amount on policing. In fact, if per capita police spending was the sure way to make our city safer, then we would be one of the safest cities in America. The time to start is now. But we must recognize that we didn't get here overnight, and we have to be committed to a multi-year process of realigning our budget with our values as our city, and so that we can invest in the neighborhoods and the people that have been gotten by city government. That consistent effort is the only thing that will allow us to make more systematic shifts to the city budget overall. But that process must begin now by not just making smart, wise cuts to this budget, but also by doing the tough work of analyzing how Baltimore can responsibly, over time, redirect funds from BPD to other agencies. I will play an active role in this process as we transition to the next term for our local elected officials, and look forward to partnering with our community members, our police department, and our state elected officials in that process. The only way we're going to be able to make the systematic shifts is to be bold in public safety in Baltimore. We as a council play an interesting role in this process. In reviewing the administration's budget, we only, as you know, have the authority to cut the items for this budget. But for now, we hope that the administration will recognize the significance of this moment and will work with us and work with people to answer the calls that we are hearing. We also should remember that BPD is about to undergo a full audit by the state's Office of Legislative Audits, thanks to legislation passed by Senator Cory McCray. That audit, I hope, will reveal many more opportunities for us to have a deeper dive and think about reallocations. I look forward also to continuing to work at the state level to fight for local control of our police department, reforms to LEBOR, and other reforms necessary for law enforcement, not just in Baltimore, but across our state. And I hope, and this is a call to action, that many of the people, especially our young people that have been activated in the last few weeks, will be activated in Annapolis in January and come down with us to demand the changes that we all know we need to see. Thank you. And Mr. Commissioner, for my first question, you talked about eliminating 37 vacant civilian positions. Can you talk about how that's going to impact the department's ability to meet the mandate of having 20% civilian as mandated, I think, by 2021? according, or maybe 2022, according to Senator Antonio Hayes' bill that is now law?
Yeah, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the question. These were positions, quite a few of them were actually in the crime lab, and some were in other administrative functions that had been unfilled for some time. And so we had been working and making progress in managing the department even while the positions were unfilled. So as we came into a mandate for us to make cuts to prepare for the down payment for the Kerwin Commission, and then other demands for us to make cuts so that we realize the dire financial straits the city's in because of COVID-19. Those are the deep dives that we did to look at how many positions had been filled for some time that had not affected operational performance. And so we were able to give up those positions. Now, certainly all of the present issues of the day, COVID-19, Kerwin Commission having us to look at our budget kind of flies in the face of having to professionalize and civilianize the department like I put into the crime plan that brings up. But these positions don't affect the daily operational readiness of the department. And that's why we were able to realize some efficiencies and some savings with those positions.
Just a follow-up, Commissioner, but the second part of that question is, does anybody know how that's going to impact the percentage ratio that you guys are required to have? So his legislation requires you to go to 80% sworn, 20% civilian by 2022. And I thought we had made progress. I think at one of the hearings, we thought we were at like 16 or 17%. But can you talk about how this is going to impact that over time?
Well, I'm going to let my chief of staff answer the second part. The fact that COVID-19 is here and the fact that we're in some of the positions we're in forces us, even though that's a mandate, it forces us to kind of be in this position. But I'm going to let Chief Melanson take it further.
Chief, you're on mute. You're good now. Still don't hear you. Stand by, Chief. Stand by.
Mr. President, can we go to your second question and then come back to Chief
Yeah, I can do that. Yep, that's fine, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, thank you. Which you talked about the taking of the officers from the other units and doing consolidations. I want to add follow up to that. When you talk about the special operations section, for example, you know, we have mounted, but also marine, and we think we have things like we have regional task force. Have we thought about or studied or analyzed like maybe combining both the efforts of BPD's marine with fire so that we don't have duplication, and for things maybe like some of the other things that we have like SWAT, you know, et cetera, mounted, about making those, talking with our other partners as I've seen in some other places, and having regional efforts around that, much like we do the auto theft task force?
Yes, we have a good question. We have I have had conversations with fire about that. They do not have a arrest authority with some of the mandates that we have, considering we're a port city and there has to be sworn personnel to be able to patrol the waters. And there's a homeland security component of that that requires us to have some level of patrol authority with arrest authority to patrol those waters and to partner with people like the Coast Guard to make sure there's a preventive mechanism for homeland security threats against the harbor or the port. We have had conversations, but there is a limitation with fire considering they don't have arrest capabilities. And so, yes, we have had those conversations, but what we did was, to your point about mounted, we moved the cost of all of the salaries to patrol to the vacant positions to thereby minimize the cost of overtime because we put more people there. And now the only cost associated would be the maintenance of the horses and the maintenance of the building. But the officers could use the horses when needed. And so if there is a need on a particular day or time or location, they can still do that. And, we still maintain the capacity to deliver the service, although the salaries have all been moved into patrol. And so we found a cost savings there. And so we did our due diligence to look at that. Back to Marine, we did have those conversations. And so we did our due diligence, making sure we moved the people out to effectuate the cost savings, but we still have the capacity to provide the homeland security response that we have on the harbor and the port.
Can the call hear me now? So again, this is Eric Malasan, Chief of Staff. To answer, Mr. President.
Hold on for a second. I want to follow up with the Commissioner really quickly.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner, I guess let me go a little deeper. What I agree with you that we have to honor those homeland security issues. My second thing is that have we talked about having both staff on the same vessel? I guess is my second portion to that question.
We've had it preliminarily, but not with specificity on how or when to do that. But we have talked about it. But we've talked about it, but not to some conclusion, shall I say. I can't, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chief?
Yes, Mr. President. So in regards to your question about the portion of the department that's civilian versus sworn, our staffing plan, which is the long-term model for how our department should be structured, does in fact meet that requirement. We believe that demonstrating that the long-term staffing plan for us, which is used in a workload-based model, which we believe allocates a significant increase in the number of civilians that are needed in order to balance out that ratio, is something that can meet that requirement. It goes back to, if the positions are cut, it will hinder our ability to meet that goal. But right now we're at about 17% when it comes to a ratio of civilian to sworn. And again, we know that these are things that we just have to be able to accommodate for in a time of COVID, in a time of heroin reductions. And so we're balancing this out. We are aggressively trying to recruit as many sworn officers as we can to make sure that we're able to meet our goals in that staffing plan.
Mr. President?
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. Well, today is the day for our in City Hall internet to throttle me and not you. Mr. Chief, for a second there, I lost you. But can you talk in detail? Did you talk in detail about how that's going to impact you guys to abide by the law?
So again, we have a long-term staffing plan that we feel is compliant with the law, that establishes a ratio that's proper and in compliance. And so our ability to meet that goal, we've done our staffing analysis. That's a workload-based analysis. We think we're compliant in demonstrating the right structure. For us, it's just a matter of filling vacancies and getting authorized positions to meet that structure. And for us, it's aggressively trying to fill the vacancies we have in both the civilian corps and the sworn. And so for us, it's continuous activity to try to make sure that we're backfilling those vacancies in a responsible way. And we're partnership with DHR to do just that. For us, it's not reducing the number of sworn positions to meet the civilian. It's increasing the capacity of civilians in order to meet the overall objective.
Thank you. I think that's two for me, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioner, it's very obvious that people across the entire country especially in Baltimore City, are demanding that police departments be reformed. Our consent decree requires many of the reforms that are being publicly discussed and that protesters are talking about. Can you tell us where you're at with the implementation process? Have you seen any success yet?
Thank you. I think we have seen great success, and that's usually confirmed every single month when we are now in virtual meetings with the monitors, the judge, and the Department of Justice. By way of policy reform, we have totally overhauled all of our policies. We've totally overhauled just about all of our training, and now we've even exponentially increased the way we remote train. We can now do remote training without compromising the quality of training. We've trained the entire police department on the latest best practice and national best practice of use of force. And we started with stops, searches, and arrests training, but due to COVID, had to stop that. And so the department was well on its way to the two biggest core items, use of force and stop, searches, and arrests. We completed use of force, and we are into stop, searches, and arrests, but have to reconvene once we can put our people back into classrooms and do it in the best way that doesn't compromise the quality. And I think you're seeing major reforms. For example, mass demonstrations was a key thing in the consent decree coming out of 2015. And so we have now equipped all of our people appropriately and trained all of them on how to handle First Amendment and mass demonstrations. And you saw a manifestation of that culture change over the past 2 weeks, where our officers show great restraint, tolerance, acceptance, and even facilitation of First Amendment free speech, and officers participating in it instead of just protecting people while they did it. And so that was the main thing in the consent decree. And so the culture change actually is manifesting itself into performance by virtue of massive reductions in complaints being filed against police, although we still have high number of interactions where we're making, for example, gun arrests, but fewer complaints against officers in that because we're doing it differently. And so we are making great strides through the way we recruit, the way we hire, the way we train, the way we promote, the way we staff, the way we have accountability and transparency. And so all of those things are, and the way we implement and the use of technology, the way we provide leadership development. And so all of those things are things the judge wants to hear about every single time we meet. He's been very complimentary just about on every one of those core functions. And yes, there is a very, very long way to go. But the implementation of this new records management system will take us light years into where we need to be. And it's 30 years too late, but it is here now. And we are on the cusp of next month, this month, or next month, beginning to build that for our department, which will take us paperless, which, you know, like I said, is long, long overdue. And so I would say that the court, the monitors, and the Department of Justice would say, and I don't speak for them, but just reiterating what was said at the last meeting, much progress has been made, and certainly much more has to be done. But the court is pleased with the path we're on.
Thank you. And that leads right into my second question. So thank you. The ERS is a tremendous investment. We've made a lot of other investments in technology. Can you drill down on the answer to that question, specifically with respect to those major capital investments, specifically technology?
I'm going to ask my Chief Technology Officer, Woody Davis, who was on this call, to kind of weigh in on that, who's leading our technology implementation and enhancement for the department.
Thank you, sir. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Chief Technology Officer, thank you, sir. Mr. President, City Council, thank you for this opportunity. So what I would like to do is talk about the three main efforts and initiatives we have: records management, which the police commissioner touched on, learning management, and workforce management. But also there is a significant investment in our infrastructure modernization to really take care of what we refer to the technical debt, meaning the lack of investment over the last 10 to 20 years has led to a technical debt. So we need to modernize our network so that these modern systems can run efficiently and effectively. And so to I guess expand on records management system, sir, are you looking for, what are we budgeting for it and some of the funding sources?
frozen now. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you now. Yes, sir.
I'm just looking for a general overview of
Oh, okay.
what those investments are and where we are at in implementation.
All right. So as the police commission talked about records management,
I don't
we
need you
are
to get into specific budgetary figures on that. Thank you.
okay. Not a problem. So in records management, we are on the cusp of getting the Board of Estimates approval. We're looking forward to that on 6/24. We're hoping that goes through. It is funded through the FBI's NCSX grant at the sum of a total cost of $328K. Originally, we planned for a $2-point-something million investment, but because we've partnered with a company who's really on the cutting edge of this technology, records management technology, Axon, we have a significant reduction in the expected costs associated with that service. Next, we have our learning management system. This is education management services to ensure all our officers are trained and that we track the training, to again make sure we have accountability and transparency. We're looking at that at a total cost of $630K. That is coming from our capital fund. It's under the DOJ's Consent Decree Improvement Fund. And then workforce management, which really is about managing our schedules. This is a critical piece of software that is planned to be integrated and required to be integrated with Workday. All of our schedules will come from the e-resource application for workforce management. This is coming at 104K. And the funding source for that is a GLCCP grant. So 2 of our 3 major investments are coming from capital funds. Coming from grants. And then infrastructure modernization. That's the big price tag. And we're still working through designing and architecting. So I couldn't give you a final number, but I know that we're investing in modernizing our infrastructure. And most of those funds are coming from multiple capital funds, things like the Enterprise IT Infrastructure Capital Funds, use of force modernization, and police data integration. And one key project that's on our radar, and we actually have begun requirements gathering, is our early intervention system. And we know that's a critical application in really modernizing policing. And so we're in the process of gathering requirements. We're in communications with our consent decree monitors, one of which is many would consider an expert in early intervention. We're consulting with her in helping us prepare for looking at the requirements, building a statement of work, finding the right vendor, and then ultimately building out or acquiring a system to provide those services. And we're looking for that to occur within the next 2 years. That covers the main technological investments. There are many other smaller ones that I could discuss if you have questions related to those.
I'm good. Thank you, sir. Vice Chairman Pinkett, and then we will go to Councilman Schleifer.
Thank you, Chairman Costello. I know you asked us to refrain from making commentary, so I just want to make a brief statement. Anyone who thinks the potential cuts to the Baltimore Police Department that President Scott mentioned is simply a response to the murder of George Floyd, or simply a response to the call for social justice that's sweeping across our nation, or simply the result of the protests that are happening at City Hall right now as we speak, have not been paying attention to Baltimore. The residents of Baltimore have been shouting for reform for years. They have been marching for reform. They've been protesting for reform at least for 5 years now. But they've been crying for reform, and they've been demanding for reform for much longer than that. We may have missed the moment in the past, but I don't believe that the residents of the city are expecting for us to miss the moment of today. So change is of the order, and reform is of the order. My question is, I want to ask about Service 623, especially 2 items as it relates to percent of homicide cases cleared and percent of violent crime cases cleared. And for fiscal 2019, It has, well, no, I want to speak specifically about last year. Data showed that we had about 30% clearance rate as it relates to homicide clearance rate. And I know that you've taken measures to address that, but can you talk about the progress of those measures and the implementation of procedures to improve our clearance rate, especially in the area of homicides and violent crime?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we have made 2 staffing enhancements to our homicide division. One late last year, one this year, where we added, I believe, 6 or 7 and a sergeant, and then again 6 or 7 and another sergeant. Total of 14 more people into the homicide unit, so that we could give them a better detective to case ratio, where the acceptable ratio was a 6 cases to 1 detective. Certainly at the end of last year, it was around 31% at the end of the year. That enhancement allowed us to make great strides at the beginning of this year, where right before COVID, we had reached 60+% in clearance rate for homicides. Now, we have had an increase and a spike over the past couple of months because they came on so fast and we're not clearing them as fast. That has been reduced now to slightly below 40%. But it's because of those enhancements. Part B, we wanted to make sure that we gave homicide detectives the latest and best training in homicide investigations, which we were about to start either sending people to that or bringing national experts to Baltimore to make sure that we have not just on-the-job training, which we've been doing for generations, but actually formal training by national experts on basic and advanced homicide investigations. And COVID put a pause on that because travel came to an end. And that's why we haven't been able to accomplish that. Those are the 2 main things we wanted to do to enhance the quality of the investigations. But staffing and training are the main 2 core components that helped us to see the success with increased clearance rates in homicide. But then we got hit with the flurry, and so we're seeing that number at lower percentages right now that we're working to bring back up. When it comes to shootings and robberies, to date, we were more than 50 shootings down compared to the same time last year. And the point I want to make, and while it is never, ever satisfactory for anyone who is a victim of crime or who is related or connected to someone who's a victim of crime, but every single crime category, with the exception of murder, is significantly down, to include shootings. Shootings were almost 20%, but the overall crime rate was above 20% from this time to right now to compared to the same time last year. Once again, it means nothing to somebody who's been victimized. We certainly understand that. Or somebody who's experienced trauma. But we use the words murder and crime interchangeably, and that's not necessarily the thing we should be doing, because one is a crime of premeditation, the other is not. Now, we're working to reduce both by implementing violence reduction strategies and programmatic solutions to deal with murder. And certainly we're working fast to get that up and running, but also by having good deployment strategies, using the best science and the best data to make sure people are in the right places at the right times and focusing on the right people. It's both people and places and times, and using that data to make sure we have the best deployment strategy, and our detectives are the best and brightest to be doing that work, and we are making the investment to make them better at doing that. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I just want to be clear, because when I look at the targets related to percent of violent crime cases cleared, the fiscal 2020 target was 40%, but then 21 it goes down to 20%. So I just want to be clear that we haven't settled ourselves to I guess an opinion that we can achieve a certain level of clearance as it relates to violent crime, because it looks like the target is decreasing.
No, first of all, we're never settled. We're never satisfied. We're always looking to improve, and we're always looking to improve, no matter how good we get or how high it may go. We're always looking to improve because we're concerned about every single case and every single victim. I was only given the issue and the information that I think is sometimes lost, but we're never really satisfied.
So yeah, I think our operations team is also on the line. They could talk a little bit about how national standards can govern the kind of comparisons we're looking at here. We don't know a lot of information about what went into the FY20 target. Those targets were established actually before our leadership team came into place. And so we wanted to make sure that those targets are aligned properly. We did that across all of our targets throughout the entirety of the budget book. So we were trying to make certain that we are aligning with what is national best practice. But operations is on the line, and Deputy Sullivan, if you could speak to that, that'd be helpful.
No, I've actually got my captain who's worked on this that can explain that anomaly with the 20% number.
So when we were reviewing our actual output that we had reporting these numbers, the number that was there for fiscal year 18 actuals was around 27%, if I recall correctly, which when we had ran our most recent numbers, it was low. So it just raised some hairs. So we had rechecked the information and corrected the 2018 actuals to the 17 number, the 17%. And I think the subsequently the target that was set for fiscal year 20 was based on an inaccurate number from the past that had inflated that value a little too much.
Okay, thank you. At least that explains the reason for the number. My second question, really quickly, is from Service 621. And so it says that the budget includes 1.2 million of federal asset forfeiture funds for rental costs for the Central District's new home. But it also says that BPD is developing a plan for the expenditure of an additional 5.1 million of these funds. So what is that plan and where is it represented in this budget?
So our Deputy for Administration can kind of speak to that. Jim Gillis is on the line. Part of what we know is that those are funds that have accumulated over time. And so we have yet to finalize that plan, but I know that Jim Gillis can speak to that, and if not, the CFO.
Hi, Councilman and Mr. Chairman and Mr. President and everybody else. Thank you, Eric. The 5.1 million is part of the federal asset forfeiture fund balance that exists in our budget. That money is governed by the Department of Justice and the Department of Treasury, and it can only be utilized for specific, basically infrastructure purposes for, basic capital dollars and things that are tangible for the agency, if you will. And so the plan for the 5.1 million is to utilize it to make progress on what the CFO talked about in the opening remarks about being more efficient about how we spend the money. And that includes the fleet management. And we can go into more detail about the fleet management and how over time the fleet has grown to a point and purchases have been made to grow the fleet in bulk, which causes the fleet to die in bulk at the same time. That leads to a problem with how much we pay for maintenance of cars. And so one of the permissible uses for the 5.1 million is for the purchase of vehicles. That is something we are thinking about. That's one of the ideas. And it's things along those lines that we are looking at to try to expand where we don't have to utilize city general fund money to help get us to where we need to get to. And right-sizing the fleet, for example, and using that as an example, is something that will save money in the long run. Because what is happening is that because all the cars are dying at one time, if you will, the value of the car is less than some of the repairs for the cars. But since we don't have enough cars in the fleet that are aged appropriately, we have to pay to fix them so that we have enough cars to drive at the same time. And so that's just one of the ideas out there. But there is a guide that specifies, I don't know if you can see this, from the Department of Justice and the Department of Treasury, the different types of permissible uses, which I will send to you absolutely for you to take a look at.
So in subsequent budgets, we should see $5 million worth of savings associated with this expense. And associated with that question, could those funds have been used for the police academy?
There are very specific guidelines that are detailed in this document from the Department of Justice and the Department of Treasury, and there are very strict guidelines about supplanting, which means that we cannot supplant monies that are appropriated in our budget from the city with monies from the federal asset forfeiture sharing, the equitable sharing bank, if you will. I'll send it to you, but I don't know the answer right off the top of my head about whether or not you can see a reduction in the savings from the 5 million, because that could be perceived as supplanting it. But Shala, I know you're on here. I don't know if you have more specific detail with regard to that, but that would be the concern that we would have to look at before we can make a commitment to something like that.
Yes, and to just elaborate on what DC Gill has said, that is correct. There are supplanting rules, and there's a lot of very detailed restrictions on what we can spend the money on, and even for capital investments such as buildings and things like that, it has to be pre-approved through the Department of Justice. So it's not even a decision that we can make. They would have to make that decision and that approval for us. Thank you.
Yeah, so I would like to see the book, and if there's an answer on whether these funds could have been used in our decisions around the establishment of the police academy, I think that I'd like to know that answer as well. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, and Councilman, I would just we'll get that for you. I would just keep in mind that a lot of the funding for the move to the temporary location for the police academy at University of Baltimore was put through the university system of Maryland. So that was not city money; it was money from the state of Maryland.
Thank you. We're going to move Schleifer to the end at his request. Next up is Councilwoman Danny McCray.
Thank you. Commissioner, I think you spoke about in 2019 coming on how our overtime budget was 47 million. And I'm not sure if it was you or CFO Graham who then talked about how we maybe reduced it about 30%. Do we have an anticipated amount of what we're thinking at FY 2021, our overtime, or projected amount for FY 2021, what our overtime is going to be looking like?
We do, and our CFO can certainly take that.
Yes, thank you. Our overtime is down $4.3 million from year to date. Right now, we're at $41 million, and that includes $2.6 million for COVID and protests that were unbudgeted. So we're expected to meet our budget, which is $43 million. That's our projection, and we're projecting to be at budget. Thank you.
So 43, is that what we're projecting for FY 2021? Do we have that?
Oh, I apologize. So our budget for fiscal year 2021 is $33 million, and that includes all the reductions that we've made from the efficiencies.
Councilwoman, if I could jump in here for a minute. Director Seneme, can you explain why that is the way it is and there's not a line item for the overtime piece?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So overtime costs in the budget are grouped into Object 1, which is salaries. So if you look at, excuse me, any of the chapters in the budget book, you'll see the breakdown of each service by activity, fund, and object. And overtime is in Object 1, salary. So it's a subset of that category. So you won't see overtime line items in every single service. It's within Object 1.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay, and thank you, Director. I just needed the projected amount.
Sure.
And actually that answers my second question. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman, you're free to ask another question if you'd like.
My other question had to do with, and this is more so maybe just getting clarification, regarding service 623, was that previous service, I know that we pretty much folded, I think it was maybe previously 624, targeting violent criminals. Was that whole budget folded into service 623?
Yes, council member, that is absolutely correct. So what we found was that the activities that we're under 624, which was previously titled Target Violent Criminals, is actually a function of our Criminal Investigation Division, which is led by Colonel Briscoe. Colloquially, we call it CID. All those functions work in partnership with the same service level that you see in 623. And it just represents us reorganizing it to fit what's actually done in our department. That's right. All of 624 was absorbed into 623.
Okay, thank you. And that's my second question.
Thank you. Councilman Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Commissioner. I want to start by thanking you and your people for everything you do. I do appreciate the service that the men and women of the BPD provide to the citizens of Baltimore. I do have a lot of questions about the budget, and I'm going to be sticking to the chair's 2 at a time rule for as many rounds as he lets me. The first question I have is about Service 635 recruitment. Recruitment staff numbers have gone up about 300% since fiscal year 19. Now, I get that it's hard to get people to come in and do this job, and I get that we've been under a lot of pressure to fill vacant positions, but it appears that we have 167 people either in place or plan to be in place in order to recruit 240 new officers each year. And having 2 people to hire 3 seems excessive. So can you speak a little bit to that? And I should frame that with specifically, can you break down the functions of those 167 people that are recruiting 240?
Right, absolutely. So, council member, that is a new line item that we did reorganize. So in previous budgets, we had the recruitment and training components together in the same service, but actually in our organizational structure, we split those apart. But in reorganizing our budget, we thought it important to reflect the number of new recruits, the actual people who are in the training, 6-month component as a recruitment function. These are new recruits that are not yet part of the force yet. And so in previous iterations, we saw a couple of different versions of this. We saw the budget carry these people in patrol, and yet they're not fully capable as patrol officers. And there was, comments last year about whether or not the patrol numbers were correct because it reflected these new recruits. And again, they're not able to work on their own as police officers. The number of personnel in the actual recruitment functions, the background investigations, is only 22 personnel. The remainder that's reflected in the budget are all trainees, new recruits. And going forward, we felt it important to reflect where we were at that moment, the number of recruits that we had in active training. And so, again, it's a reorganization, remodeling of how the budget is to be reflective and more transparent about the number of recruits that we had at that moment. That's about 144, I believe, this budget when this snapshot was taken. Does that answer your question, sir?
We graduate.
I'm trying really hard to mute myself when I'm listening to the answers, so that I don't cause feedback, but that really interferes with the dialogue portion. So, which probably feeds into the chair keeping it to 2 questions.
And the commissioner, actually, you just held.
Yeah, so we that number changed today. We graduated 18 today. So there's a fluctuation as of today.
So the 167 includes not only the 20-some that are 23 that are doing the background checks, and however many are doing the literal recruitment, marketing, website, that kind of thing, but it also includes the trainees themselves after they've come in and agreed. Okay, and it includes the training officers?
No, sir. The training officers are going to be part of our patrol budget because those are
Okay.
designated to the various districts for which they're conducting that training.
Okay. I think that satisfies my question, that question for now. So then let me move on to the second one, which is, and I know you can do some of this off the top of your head, but some of it I am going to ask that you send us, because what I would like is a very detailed breakdown of the over $55 million in contractual services that are broken up through the different parts of the department. I get that you can look at multiple agencies and you can see that contractual services will make up anywhere from 10 to, in some cases, almost 50% of an agency's budget. But because your budget is so large, even just 10% of it going to contractual services is a lot of money. So if you could provide us right now with a couple of the highlights of what those contractual services employ. I'm not sure which way I should be. Okay, all right. Okay. If you can give us the highlights of that, but if you can send us on Monday a printed breakdown of all of it, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely, council member. And just to speak to some of those highlights, in this year's budget, just 8 million of that 55 million is the allocation that is placed in our budget that DGS puts on departments for maintenance of those facilities, and that what they call DGS rent. And again, we don't have control over it. It's the right way to allocate the costs associated with policed buildings. However, that is something that is included in that 55 million. Another is the maintenance of our vehicles. Again, DGS is actually the person who helps control that cost. We've been working in great partnership with them with our Civic Innovators program to get that cost down, to make sure we're making good decisions about when and how to repair vehicles. But that represents about 6.8 million of that line item alone. And so these items are significant, but it also includes our judgments and suits line item. We mentioned this before as being reduced by about 1.2 million. That's actually something we work in partnership with the solicitor's office on. It's allocated as a BPD expenditure because those suits are related to police activity. However, we have no control over these budgets. And therefore, if cuts are made beyond what we've already been able to do, it can be very difficult to manage these cost items that we have no control over. But we will get you the full breakdown of exactly what you're talking about so you can see the cost categories.
Mr. Chair, that ends my round one questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We will now go to Council Vice President Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, I want to thank Commissioner Harrison and the total police department for the work that you continue to do in turning this city around. And just in light of what's been going on now, especially with the Black Lives Matter movement, I think that just all of us are wanting to just move that needle into the next level. And it's just going to take creative things with all of us working together to get that needle moving to that next level. And so with my first question, and I'm glad you did those budget highlights because it kind of just helped narrow down some of my questions. The section where it had the revisions to special events, I'm assuming that the special events you're talking about are things like baseball, the baseball games and the football games, and you know that we haven't had those during this cycle, and I'm looking at that as a real big savings. So could you speak to that? Because in past, when we do have those special events, there are, I noticed like sometimes at those events, there's like 5, 6 police officers, you know, on corners that aren't we don't really need that many police officers there, and they're making all this overtime money. Now we have this set point where we don't have any, so where has that money been going, at least for this particular time, and are you looking at that in the future of how you're spreading that out, especially since we're having violence in other areas of the city around the same time?
Thank you for that. We absolutely can speak to that. We have members of our team ready to talk about that right now. I mentioned that earlier about getting full reimbursement for our officers who work at those sporting events, even though we haven't had any this year. I think I was talking about last year and then going forward, because we're not always reimbursed for the full amount, and how we use the officers on the outside and then what they pay and then how we go about that is what we got to get to the table to fix so that we can reconcile any deficits that we have. But I have members of my team ready to talk to you about that right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of what, Councilmember, we've been seeing actually with the recent protests, we just got the receipts in for the last couple of weeks, and we saw about a $1.7 million expenditure on being able to properly staff and manage the last couple of weeks, all related to ensuring that folks can be out there safe and that we're directing traffic and managing these crowds in a way that's peaceful and well organized. So that's where some of that money went, if you will, this past fiscal year. But going forward, that is a line item that is in our budget. It's for sports overtime in particular, is about $1 million that is programmed. But that's a number that for us, we are waiting to hear about, what the Major League Baseball is going to do, what the NFL is going to do, how these reopenings are going to look. And so it's all still in flux. The other piece that we're looking at in reform is just the amount that we are able to recoup for secondary employment in general. There are a lot of assignments that are done throughout the city, and there's a lot of special events like parades and other gatherings that go through the permitting process for allocating police resources off duty. And we're looking at ways to reform that and ensure that we're getting all the revenue that is due to the city, but also that we're recouping as much of the cost as possible. Some of those rates have not been updated in quite some time, and that's something we're taking a look at in partnership with the mayor's office.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilwoman, this is Jim Gillis. I can answer the specific question that you were looking for at least through about a month ago, and I didn't ask for the updated numbers prior to this, and I apologize for that. I should have. But since COVID began through May 14th, we have saved approximately $214,000 in not staffing special events.
Okay.
And so what we'll do is get an updated list of that, and we've been keeping track of it, and we'll send it to you guys for sure.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question also goes with the fleet, that discussion with the fleet resources. When I hear that word privatization, I cringe. And is that my understanding, that you were considering privatizing the fleet? Or, and I say that because, we also have Department of Transportation, we have the Parking Authority, they all deal with cars and fleet, and just, it seems like at some point, all those groups should come together that has fleet and really sit down and work it out together instead of having all your we have to really think of new creative things. Again, that's that interagency partnerships.
You're absolutely right, and that is exactly why we partner with Baltimore Corps and all of the other agencies that came together at our request and the city's innovation team to be able to look at how we can be more efficient with our fleet. When I came in and when we built this team, one of the first things we did, we needed to figure out who we needed and what we needed. Mm-hmm. What we have, who we have, what we needed, who we needed. I mean, we looked at our fleet. We have cars that we own. We have a large number of cars that we lease, and we have a large number of cars that we rent. And then they were dispersed around the department, and we didn't know who had what and where they were. And so we spent a long time working to figure out how many we had, were they owned, were they leased, or were they rented, and where they were and who had them. And then when we found who had them, did that person actually have a legitimate need to have that car, and what was it being used for? And so this innovation project that we embarked on with Baltimore Core allowed us to get recommendations from a number of experts from around the city that really help us look at how to reduce the reliance of leased and rental cars, and how we can be most efficient and save the city money long term. And then we put together a fleet replacement plan that looks at what we need and how to go about replacing vehicles annually, as opposed to waiting 5 and 6 years and have to replace all of them at one time. And that's what you heard, I think, the deputy commissioner talk about. Buying cars in bulk now makes them die together at the same time later. And then we're in a position where we need hundreds upon hundreds instead of an annual replacement, which is probably the best practice. So that's what we found, and we've been working to find a way to wean ourselves off of rentals and leases, and then going forward finding the best way to procure those vehicles that is the most cost-effective way to do it.
And Councilwoman, this is Jim Gillis again. If I could just clarify a little bit, the Civic Innovators Project with regard to the fleet is a public-private partnership, and what that means is that some amazing organizations here in Baltimore, including Comcast, BG&E, Under Armour, some big private organizations that have very large fleets that are professionally managed. They were working with us and with DGS and with the city through Baltimore Core, which is also an awesome organization here in Baltimore, to help us develop this fleet management plan that the commissioner was talking about. So we are not privatizing the fleets. It was just a public-private partnership. What we are privatizing is building security for certain properties in the city of Baltimore. So we're not utilizing sworn members to be doing building security, and we can have those folks back on the street doing patrol or crime suppression, neighborhood stability, and the things that they went through the academy to do originally.
And I would only add that these private entities only lent us pro bono their expertise to help us learn how to be more efficient like they are.
Okay. Thank you so much for that clarification. Okay, those are my two, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Shannon Sneed.
Thank you. I'm curious about the technology aspect of it. I know you had $2.3 million jotted down, but I know last year when we had budget season, we talked about how many patrols we did have and how we were getting technology to even keep stats of people just clocking in and out. And so I'm wondering, did we do everything that was planned to do last year around upgrading technology? And part B to that question is, altogether, what will be the total cost of what we need to do besides this 2.3 million in grants, of what all the money will be that we will have to pay for to do all of the technology upgrades that we need?
So I think our CFO can kind of outline the different cost categories, but I'll just say that as it relates to one of the things we were talking about last year, as you mentioned, was moving to an environment where we can clock in and have biometrics. We began moving on that and then saw the city moving towards an ERP system. And what we asked the folks who are bringing in that new broad-based, it's payroll, it's budget, it's HR management, it's affecting the whole city. One of the requirements we have asked is to make sure that that capability is part of that deployment. So our efforts are now aligned with that effort. I think Shala can kind of speak to where we are as a city when it comes to those efforts. She's been working with our folks in BSIT and Department of Finance on that transition. And then there's a number of other technology initiatives that we've been very proud to be able to move forward on. The biggest, as we mentioned before, records management. Records management is key. It is how you make sure folks are accurately, building your reports. It's how you make certain that folks are, logging the stop searches and arrests appropriately. It's how we establish the baseline of accountability for something like an early intervention system, which is really key. And that effort is about a week away from getting board of estimates approval, which will put us on a 1-year timeline to get it and a new case management system up and running. And so we're really bringing a lot of those technology initiatives forward. I'll speak to a little bit, if I could, on the state grants, the $2.3 million. That's an effort to make sure that all of the computers and all of the cars are going to be fully operational and tied back to that RMS. Because without having the capability in the car, they just have to wait to go back to the station to write those reports on the computer. So making sure they have the tools in the car, in their hands, is really key to all of this. But Shala, if you could speak to a little bit of the timeline of the ERP, which is the payroll stuff, and making sure that the accountability on clocking in is put into place, that'd be helpful in that context.
Yes, certainly. So as you know, the payroll system goes live on October 3rd of this year. So actually next week, we have a gentleman on the project who's going to be coming out to all of our divisions and looking at our infrastructure to make sure that we can implement biometric clocks in the correct places so that we can have that accountability and that security that's needed to validate that the time worked is actually worked. So that is going to be happening next week. So we're going through that process. In regards to technology in general, we have multiple grants that we pursued for technology. We've got the $4 million that we had from the state that we're spinning up on. We got some great things with that grant, including data cleanup for our RMS system so that we can have clean data that we take into the new system. Our new Chief Technology Officer is wonderful. He's put a very comprehensive plan together of all of his technology needs, and we've allocated funding to go for those needs. We have a lot of capital money that had been appropriated in prior years. So that capital money that we already have is being used to fund most of the technology needs. And in addition to that, as grants become available that relate to technology, we will continue to pursue them. Thank you.
Thank you. And my second question is around the marketing and advertisement we did to recruit more police officers. And I'm curious to where we are with that now, and what's the progress looking like, I guess is a better question too.
So our Deputy Commissioner of Administration, Jim Gillis, can speak to where we are on the recruitment efforts, talk about applications.
Absolutely, Councilwoman. Thank you for the question, and thank you for your support of all of this all along the whole time. Recruitment and hiring is obviously the foundation of how we build the agency and get to the crime fight at the end of the day. And because of the marketing campaign, we have had over 4,000 people apply this year alone. It was less than half of that at this time last year. And so our daily intake of applications that come in every day is about double than what it used to be prior to the recruitment campaign. The marketing firm that we partner with, ID5, they're a local firm. They've been awesome partners with us. They prepared a report recently on the spending and basically the bang for the buck, which we'll put that on the list of things to send to you guys. It's really, really good information in there. I don't have it in front of me. I apologize. If it comes back up later in the conversation tonight, I will have it up in front of me at that point in time. But the marketing campaign has paid dividends in the applications. And where we are trying to bridge that gap, though, is the applications turning into hires ultimately. And there have, we've seen a slow but not as quick uptick in hires as we would like to do. But we are having more people hired. We had 22 hired in the month of May with 8 people leaving. The struggle that we are turning our focus on now when it comes to recruitment and hiring is attrition, because we need to keep people to keep the levels of staffing in the agency where we need them to be. And so that has to do with retention and retention efforts, which is sort of the next phase in all of this. But in terms of the recruitment campaign, it's been great, and I'll send you that report.
Do we know how many have been Baltimore City residents? Would you just happen to know a number?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we'll find that number out for you, absolutely. But as you know, the recruitment campaign was specific to Baltimore and trying to hire people from this, specifically with the city and within the region as well. And we do believe that a police force should be reflective of the community that it works in, absolutely. And so that has been one of the focuses of the recruitment campaign. I just don't have the number in front of me.
Thank you. Those are my two questions.
Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Commissioner, and your team. Do want to say really appreciate having you here in Baltimore. It's been really a breath of fresh air. We've had multiple commissioners during this city council, and you have been honest and straightforward and are trying to accomplish a mission. And I just want to say I appreciate you. That said, tonight I want to ask about, you bet. I want to ask about mission creep. I had two conversations today that were illuminating. One was with a group of students who led the protests against police brutality a couple weeks ago. The other was with an officer, one of your officers. And what was interesting is that they both made a similar point, which is that we are asking police to do things that they're not equipped to do. Cops are not clinicians. Cops are not teachers. Cops are not parents. Police are really not designed to do a lot of the functions that we expect them to do. As a result, when folks have a challenge, the immediate response is to call 911 and expect that police are going to be able to solve it. In your opening remarks, you sort of spoke to that dynamic. So I'm wondering if you could articulate what are some specific areas that your officers are being asked to do that they should not be doing right now.
Thank you for that, Councilman. I think not just our officers, but officers everywhere, because the same dynamics I faced here in Baltimore, we faced in New Orleans, and in my conversations with chiefs across the country, it's the same everywhere. We're training officers because it's the newest and best practice on crisis intervention, which is a good thing to do, to make sure our officers are prepared to be able to deal with mental illness. And when we get called, because we are the face of government and we have the most immediate response, usually within minutes, because we're always in the neighborhood. So we train officers to be able to do that. And we're going to be training our officers and retraining our officers to do that. To some degree, to a large degree, there are opportunities for people who are experts in that discipline to be able to respond, and perhaps not police. But over time, police began doing it because of the swift arrival and their immediate readiness to be able to respond. And so, especially in episodes where it was dangerous or people were causing harm or there was a potential threat or something like that, whether real or perceived. So to the extent that police did not have to respond to incidents where it is a medical issue or a medical emergency or a psychological or psychiatric emergency, perhaps we're not best suited to do that, although we give officers the basic fundamental training to be able to deal with it just enough to be able to satisfy what's happening there, and then perhaps get them to the appropriate resource that's available. The issue I see is, and what the other chiefs around the country is, there are not enough people and entities in those other disciplines to fill that void to be able to do it right now. Of course, there are people who are better suited, who are clinicians perhaps, and are professionally trained through their academic aptitude to be able to do that. The question is, how do we transfer it from us to them in the immediacy where there's not a gap? I look at it, and this is the way we explained it among chiefs. It is like building a new stadium for a football team or a new arena for a basketball team. You don't tear down the old stadium and then go 2 years to build the new stadium because you have an interim where nothing can get done or there's a gap or a drop. You build the new stadium while still playing in the old stadium, and then you transition out of one into the other. And over time, you can probably experience cost savings and all the things that we like to talk about. So the issue, chiefs, especially me, the things we think about is how and when. And those are the things we have to really be focused on, the transition. And, how do we transfer one to another without a gap and not make things and cause more harm than good in the transition?
Appreciate that. And as I look at this budget and last year's budget and the year before that's budget and see the year over year increases, I feel like we are adding more bricks to the old stadium. I don't see that transition toward a new stadium. And I would simply say, to me, everything you said is a perfect argument for why we should be funding community-based programs like Safe Streets, violence interrupters, interventions, folks that are clinicians, that are trauma informed, that are trauma trained. Instead of placing your officers in a space of having to do work for which they truly are not equipped, and that's not really what the job was designed to do. The other piece.
So can I speak on that point before you move to the next point?
Sure.
It's first of all, I don't disagree with you. I don't think anyone disagrees with you. But the increase is not added personnel. The increase is only 0.5%, and it is all beyond the police department's control. It's all pension and workman's comp. It's all those kinds of things that are. So it's not an increase that we created. It's just it is the things that are beyond our control. And so although we are franked with personnel, there's an increase that we don't have any control over. And so it's not like we're asking for more funding and it's been given to us. It's happening in every discipline, not just in policing.
Understood. And when I'm looking at schools that still don't have heat or air conditioning or drinkable water, when I'm seeing a cut in youth and trauma services in the health department, when I'm seeing just continued underfunding and disinvestment from core services that I fundamentally believe would prevent people from turning to crime and violence, I just think that we have to move in that direction. Appreciate, again, your commitment to making the department trauma informed. One of my concerns, lingering concern for Baltimore is, of course, the opioid epidemic. We in this city treated drug use and substance use disorder as if it were criminality. We now know that mental health and public health are the answer, that it is not about locking people up. And we did arguably irreparable damage to communities, particularly Black and brown communities in our city. So my question for you, as we're thinking about, again, this sort of transition, is, from your perspective, how do we formally end the war on drugs in Baltimore? I asked this question of multiples of your predecessors, and the answers were deeply dissatisfying. But how do we truly take what I think we have come to collectively acknowledge is a public health problem and treat it as such, instead of where we are now, which seems to be a lot of confusion for just about everyone?
Well, you bring up a very good point. And while I can't speak for any of my predecessors, what I can say is that our focus is not necessarily on any individual who is dealing with addiction. That is, all of us agree that that's a health issue, that's a public health issue, that's an addiction issue. We're concerned about the drug industry and those bad actors who are using this to perpetuate violence and the violence that's associated with it. And so our aim is to try to build a department along with our partners at the other local, state, and federal levels to go after those bad actors who are committing violence. Now, perhaps the violence is tied tangentially or in some way to the drug trade, and we know it is, but those bad actors who are really perpetuating the addiction by bringing large doses of really harmful drugs into the community and then putting it on our people, how do we go after those individuals to take away the drug trade? Not that we're ending the war on drugs or that we're supporting the war on drugs, but rather we're tying it to the organizations and the individuals who are using it to perpetuate the violence. And by doing that, I think it's our best way of attacking it.
Quick follow-up on that point, and appreciate that. If we were to decriminalize, would it not take out the incentive for violence? Is part of the issue sort of the framework of how drug laws work in this country? It seems to me like a lot of the violence comes from crews competing with each other to sell heroin and other drugs. Does the legal framework that currently exists, in your professional opinion, contribute to the spillover violence that we see in our communities?
There's a direct correlation. It's just my professional opinion, 30 years in this business, having learned it and taught it at the college level, that there's a direct correlation between the drug industry and violence, and more pervasive in some communities than in others. What I can say is that this department is working to have best practices that has enforcement that's fair and equitable and constitutional, and it's data driven. And we're going after the violent actors, and we're going after individuals who are bringing drugs in and are the main traffickers of narcotics that is directly tied to the violence and the retaliatory violence that we see in the city. And so while I think you talked about either decriminalizing or legalizing, I think theoretically the answer is that is possible, but it's only in theory. Most cities that legalized didn't necessarily see a decrease in violence. As a matter of fact, when you look at, I believe, Denver in Colorado, with the legalization of marijuana in its infancy, did not see a decrease, but rather saw an increase. And so over time, that could happen. It's all theoretical. We can speculate that we could take the incentive out, but it's not yet been proven.
I've also seen a boon in revenue, and again, I think the trends have been toward decreased violence. And for a city that badly needs funding for pre-K and other services, again, I think we should be taking a hard look at those laws. Thanks so much.
I don't disagree with you. I agree we should be taking a hard look at those laws. What I can say is, in many of the violent cases we see here in this city, murders and non-fatal shootings, there are a number of individuals who are in possession of firearms at the point they're shot and killed, and are in possession of narcotics, either small or large amounts at the point they're shot and killed. So even the drugs that like marijuana, where we're not making a physical arrest, many of them are either marijuana deals that are in progress that went bad and perhaps was a robbery in progress over the marijuana or over the money. So while it may not have been, the marijuana possession might not have been a crime of violence, either the attempted purchase or the attempted robbery of a purchaser or a distributor was the issue that caused the violence. And so those are the things we're seeing on the streets. And while that's anecdotal, because we see it all the time, that's what we see. And so it is in theory that you could take the incentive away, and crime could be reduced. And that's both my professional and academic opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Councilman Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm particularly glad to be able to follow that exchange because it's just so disappointing to hear. While Commissioner Harrison, I think you've done a lot of good here. A lot of what I feel about your leadership is that it's great as a baseline that you never seem offended that the question is being asked. That alone is a huge improvement over all of your predecessors that I dealt with. But that's not enough. Like when you're talking about being a theory that we could see crime go down, that needs to be couched with, it was only ever theory that the war on drugs would reduce drug use. And we have abundantly proven that theory incorrect. And so it's way past time that we began pursuing the other theory as wholeheartedly as we have pursued the war on drugs for so long. And in fact, I find a moment ago, you said the argument that we're focusing, you talked about the argument for focusing on the big bad guys who are like, the ones who are putting the drugs on our people, I believe were your exact words. That is the fundamental argument for the war on drugs as we have always known it. The war on drugs has always been couched as, we're going to go after the big bad guys. They're our real target. It's not really about the small people. And so to hear that is our strategy, to me indicates that we are wholeheartedly committed to the war on drugs, just as we have always known it. And to just comment once more on and maybe I'll substitute all this commentary as one of my questions, Mr. Chair. I just need to say this, that the stadium analogy is really bad, because it's not that that we rebuild one while we're still operating in the other. It's that when you've got a stadium full of people and it's on fire, you just get everybody out of the stadium as fast as possible. And there is so much about what has gone on at BPD that we just have to abandon as quickly as we possibly can. And so I just had to say that.
I appreciate that, Councilman. Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and so none of what any of you are saying is wrong, and I appreciate your sentiment. I did not say that was a strategy, and please let me correct that, because that's not what I intended to say or intended for anyone to understood of what I said. I think I was going at, we want to go after the individuals who are committing violence, and sometimes there's a correlation between the drug industry that they're engaged in and the violence, which causes violence and then retaliation. We want to go after bad actors who are committing violence, but sometimes it is directly connected to that drug industry. When that is the case, those are the bad actors that we want to go after.
Great. Well, there's a service activity for targeting violent offenders, and there's a service activity for drug enforcement. It sounds to me like one of those is superfluous, if that's the approach that we're taking. My biggest concern right now, as I utilize this budget hearing to leverage things that I've been talking about for years, is that 1 year ago, I was asking for the same information that I had been asking of the previous commissioner and the one before that. And that is the simple monthly, a monthly report of the locator codes and the patrol staffing schedules for the 9 police districts. I, to date, have never had anything but a struggle. It has been required of me and my staff to follow up over and over and over and over again to get something that Baltimore Police should have the simple clerical ability to deliver on schedule on a monthly basis. The fact that, let me put it this way. The City Council has the power with respect to agencies outside of city control, BPD being one of them, to place constraints on funding based on the contingencies of the delivery
of certain demands on that agency. Our colleagues in Annapolis chronically ridicule us for not exercising that power. That when we don't utilize it, we're not doing what they do routinely. And never would one of our colleagues in government in Annapolis ask for the same thing 2, 3, and 4 times, and then not turn to cutting that agency's budget in order to force the point of saying, we demand that we be given this. You have an obligation to give this to us. I have for 2 years asked to get monthly updates of the locator code report from BPD, a snapshot in time, and 2 years asked for monthly reports of the staffing schedules for patrol in the 9 police districts. These, to me, are critical documents for somebody other than Baltimore Police to be able to examine, to understand the staffing practices of Baltimore Police. If in a $500 and some million budget, we lack the capacity, Baltimore Police lacks the basic clerical capacity to be able to deliver these simple documents on a basic schedule, I don't understand what is worth funding in terms of clerical capacity. Why can't I get these documents on a regular schedule?
Well, first of all, thank you for bringing it to my attention. And the answer is you should be able to get that. And I will find out the answer why you didn't. What I can say is prior to COVID-19, my team and I met in these very chambers every single month and gave updates on staffing and on all the crime numbers and all of the staffing things that you've just asked. And since COVID-19, we've met virtually with members of this council to answer those very same questions. I will have to get the answer of why your office specifically did not get it and get that answer back to you. And I apologize that it hasn't, if in fact it hasn't.
Answering those questions in a hearing is just not the same at all as being given documentation that I can peruse for hours on end, as I would.
Okay, but this is the first time you've brought it to my attention that since my administration, because I've not gotten, with all due respect, I've not gotten any calls or emails from you to me saying that we are delinquent and haven't done that. You're bringing it up now, but you haven't called me. You have my number and you've called me many times on other issues and haven't brought that up.
Frankly, I pursued it with your staff ad nauseum.
All right.
And so at a certain point, we as legislators have these budget hearings in order to leverage the dollars of these agents of an agency in order to get what we expect.
Okay, I will see to it that you get it, but when they didn't perform to your standard, you didn't bring it to my attention for me to correct, and I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Next up, we're going to go to Councilman Schleifer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, Mr. Commissioner and team, I want to thank you for all of your efforts and the work you guys have been doing since you got here. I don't know if you remember the first time we met, but I had told you there's 2 different types of people. There's people who get things done and people who don't get things done. And you told me you were somebody who gets things done. And we had a laundry list of things that needed to get done, and you outlined what you were going to do. And, I appreciate that on every single item, with exception to one, you guys were on time and delivered exactly what you said you would do in implementing the various things in the consent decree. So I do want to thank you and your team for all the efforts that you guys have made over the past, time since you got here. So thank you for that. And I certainly hope that, you guys understand that it's all coming from love and that I appreciate you. And the times when I give you a hard time, it's because I just want to see certain things getting done.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. And so, I follow the numbers every single day as far as all the incidents that take place the day before. And just in the past day alone, where we've seen 3 murders or more, I've got to double check that, and 8 shootings. I mean, enough is enough. Like, at what point, looking forward to this year, what can we expect to start seeing when it comes to the shootings and homicides? Like, we've seen movement in just about every other category. We've seen strategy shifting, but at a certain point, these strategies have to be leading to the reduction of the 2 top categories, which is shootings and homicides. And so, what could we expect? What can I look back on, at our next public safety hearing, or our next, hopefully not have to wait till next year, but what should we be waiting for? What should we be seeing over the course of the next, 6 months in those 2 categories?
Well, thank you for that. And yes, those are all things that all of us are concerned about, and we appreciate that. I think what you can look forward to is the launching of the city's focused deterrence program that is on the way, that we've been working to build since last year. We had some roadblocks, but we've made a lot of headway, and we have even great philanthropic partners partnering with the city. The city has an RFP out for a service provider to be able to handle the wraparound services, because as you know, crimes of premeditation require programmatic solutions about giving people the pathway away from life of violence, especially gang violence. And so the group violence intervention program, our focused deterrence model, whichever you want to call it, is very close to being launched, where we will have service providers to be able to come together and pool all the resources under one umbrella, but managed with metrics by the city. Not that we would run it, but we would manage it and coordinate the efforts that are really siloed right now about how to teach men to put the guns down, and we actually give them a pathway away, either by providing them education or skills dealing with mental health and their addictions. And so that is the catalyst that drives that level of violence. And for so long, we've been dependent on patrol strategies and visibility of police officers. That alone doesn't change the culture of violence. It only apprehends people who committed in the act when we find them, if we're in the right place. But certainly you can look to see us launch this program of focused deterrence and our group violence intervention, which we're partnering with our state's attorney, our mayor's office of criminal justice, even our U.S. attorney, to be able to go after the most intensive bad actors out there who are committing the most violence in a very comprehensive way, but also providing the pathway away. That's how all the cities have reduced that. It is never really reduced with just police deployment strategies. It's always the investment into the social service wraparound, which is really what we're talking about here. And we're making core investments. And I've been out advocating, and we have a number of philanthropic partners that believe in this and are at the table ready to help us launch.
Right. And so, it's not just bad actors. I mean, when we're talking about shootings and homicides, these are bad actors who are operating with guns. And so, without that tool in the toolkit, you wouldn't have a shooting without a gun. And so,
well, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. And you're absolutely right. And this department is still, even in the midst of COVID, when we're not supposed to be in close proximity to other people, our officers are out there still getting guns off the street. I mean, we got somebody with an AK-47 just this weekend. God knows what we prevented with that person out there just carrying an AK-47. Excuse me one second.
No problem. And just while you're drinking, I mean, I was excited to see 2 things in your crime plan that you, when you unveiled that. The focused deterrence model was the first thing, and then the 10-minute response time, which is going to lead into my second question, was the second thing. But when you mentioned about just getting to the point where we're kicking off that focused deterrence strategy, does that mean you're not continuing, or that ROCA and some of the other programs that are already put in place previously, as far, towards the focused deterrence model, are those continuing? Yeah. They've been successful?
Absolutely. ROCA is a part of it. They are the service provider that provides the wraparound services that I mentioned for Black men aged 16 to 24. The service provider, I think, RFP, is for people beyond the age of 24 that will incorporate and join with ROCA to make sure that no one is left behind. And so the core demographic here is different than in other cities. In most cities, it's 16 to 24, but it's a slightly older age demographic here. So we need to capture the helping young men who are perhaps somewhat older than 24 that have not aged out of that lifestyle yet, like we see in some other places. And so yes, ROCA is at the table. They are a core function of it. and are built into that model. And part of the plan for the BSITs was to have state's attorneys and social workers and crime analysts at the district level on the ground in the BSITs to be able to deal with how do we help young men and target them and give them a pathway away rather than waiting for them to come to us, but find out who they are, have violence interrupters working with us, and pull all of these reentry and rehabilitation programs out of silos to work together under one umbrella, but work together on the ground in the district station. That's what the BSITs are all about.
Gotcha. Okay, so we'll have a larger conversation at a different hearing on that because ROCA has been around for a while, and so that being a component, the shootings and homicides have not decreased during that time. So we'll discuss that at a later date. As far as my second question, like I mentioned, the second thing that was critical in the crime plan was, and I was shocked to see it. I almost fell out of my chair, if you recall, when I saw that you guys were putting a timeline on response calls, because that's something I've been asking about for a long time through, I think, 4 commissioners at this point, is what if you don't have metrics, you're never going to reach them. And you committed to a 10-minute response time for priority calls. And so you guys outlined, I think Ms. Graham outlined, I think she said, if I recall correctly, that you guys were making $13 million worth of cuts on your own. And then we're talking about, additional cuts. What is to that one metric? Because I think that's one of the most important metrics is somebody reaches out to you in the time of need. How quickly are you getting there? And this is a conversation I brought up during the fire department hearing as well. And so do the cuts that you guys are proposing or the additional cuts that have been discussed, how does that impact that key metric that you've laid out in your crime plan?
Well, what I can speak to is the reallocation of functions and making sure we either cut out functions or consolidate duties or just use best practices. And so making sure that we can get to people in no more than 10 minutes, but really that metric, that number is far lower than 10 minutes. In most cases, with the shot spotter alert, officers are getting to those things long before a person can call 911 and it can get dispatched. It's usually somewhere between 2 and 3 minutes. But crimes in progress where a perpetrator is still on the scene or a person is injured, we're still getting there in 4 to 6 minutes or 7 minutes. And so when you look at both average and median times, we're far surpassing the 10-minute goal. That was just a goal to set because the department had never had one, quite frankly. And so, but we had to set the response time goal in order to get, when we look at how many cases we want detectives to have and response time goal, and how much free time we want officers to have on every hour to accomplish community policing objectives, you have to set those goals in order to really realize the right amount of people you need in your department, which factored into the crime plan, the staffing plan rather. And so giving the consultant those goals, they developed a staffing plan to be able to realize how many officers the department needs to accomplish its consent decree mandated community policing plan based on how much free time we needed and response time goals. That's the only mathematical, scientific way to determine how big an agency should be with sworn members. So that's why we did that, and we've been working to accomplish that.
So just to get an actual, just a straight answer on, with the things that have been discussed today, the things that you guys are proposing and what's been discussed in this hearing, is that a metric that we can keep in place? Are we saying that over the course of this next year, regardless of the things that have been discussed, that is still a metric that you're holding yourself to?
The 10-minute or less response time goal, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And building through recruitment, hiring, and retention, and better management, best management practices, even better management practices on deployment strategies, how we build in free time during the course of a workday for an officer to have community engagement time to accomplish. That's the only way to accomplish the community policing goals, which is a very manpower intensive goal when you want the officers to be away from calls for service and really heavily engaged in the community. Yeah, perhaps there are things we shouldn't be doing, but community engagement and building relationships and trust is absolutely the thing we should, but it requires free time. That means reducing the amount of calls we go on or being more efficient through the use of technology, all of which we're working on. And yes, those will continue to be goals in this upcoming year.
And do you rely on overtime to meet those goals, or is that a
Oh,
separate function?
we absolutely rely on it because the department is several hundred officers beneath the budgeted strength, which I believe is 2648, and we're several hundred officers short. Even with the best technology implementation and the best management practice, the experts say we still need another 100 to 150 plus officers to accomplish the consent decree goal. So we use overtime, which is made up from the salaries of the positions that are vacant for sworn members. We use that overtime to flex the department to make it look and feel as if we're fully staffed. And so that's how we're able to send more officers into neighborhoods when there are spikes and shift people around, because we can move officers around and then backfill vacant positions with overtime. And when officers are out injured and that number rises, it rises and falls periodically, but we can supplement the manpower shortage through overtime plus crime fighting goals that we have. As long as we stay under our budget, we use that overtime from those vacant positions to accomplish that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Schleifer, you're good?
Yeah, and can I ask one more question for my next round and then call it a day?
Yes, you can. You can take 2 more questions because you're going to be leaving us shortly. So,
Gotcha. Thank you. So, Mr. Commissioner, also, this is something that we've discussed as different issues have come up. And so I wanted to know what the department is doing to address situations where we have early warnings and detections of people who can be problematic, officers that can be problematic within the department, and steps that can be taken to remove officers who have repeatedly continue to be problematic, so that we don't experience, horrible incidents that like we've seen across the country. So what can you talk to what you guys are doing to make sure that you're addressing things early on, and then other actions that still need to be taken in order to get to address these things before we have unfortunate incidents?
Well, very good. One thing we're doing is we're working very hard with our technology experts to move in the direction to build our early intervention system, which is a mandate of the consent decree, which is a human resource component, not a disciplinary component, but it is designed to make sure we can know what it is we don't know, and for supervisors to upload digitally everything about an employee so that there's a digital format for performance evaluations and everything good and everything that needs improvement about the employee. That's number one. Number two, when incidents are brought to my attention or other people's attention, sometimes they're either fall in the category of discipline and or training, and we meet every single week to go over those incidents. And when singular incidents or isolated incidents are brought to my attention, if it warrants an internal investigation, it's immediately referred to internal affairs or our public integrity bureau. But not everything requires discipline. There's some things that require training. And so we are constantly doing what's called redirection or either referrals for training improvements or remediation at our police academy for employees who display either behavior or performance that either rises to training and or discipline.
I think, and I would be remiss if I didn't, and it just popped in my head, give a shout out and a thank you to Deputy NATO. I've brought incidents that I found that were reported to me, or incidents I've seen firsthand that I felt were problematic. And I have to say that, this was actually the first time in dealing with Deputy NATO that there was a thorough, review of, of different incidents and also looking back historically, whereas, in previous administrations in the police department, we never got such follow-up and such thorough investigations into problems. I don't always agree with the outcome, but I certainly appreciate the fact that you guys do take situations that are brought to your attention seriously, and that you go, that especially Deputy NATO goes above and beyond to not only look at that incident, but also to pull up, those individuals, random times to just see if there is a pattern or there is other issues. So I felt like I need to bring that up. The last question that I have is regarding with your crime plan. You know, one of the things that we know in any plan, especially a 5-year plan, there needs to be revisions and there needs to be things taken out, other things added on. Is there anything that you see within the crime plan that you feel like today you plan on scrapping and, you know, changing up, or something that maybe, you know, a year ago when it was developed was a good idea, no longer a good idea, and that we're going in a different direction with?
I don't think there's anything in there that right now we're going in a different direction. When people ask, is it working? The answer is yes, it's working. Both the crime deployment strategy, which and the 5-year transformational plan, because both are considered a crime plan. And when we look at the deployment strategy of how we use patrol, how we use detectives, how we now work in areas that we see are historically high prone for crime, or individuals who are repeat offenders that are operating in certain areas, we're seeing fewer of those violent incidents in those microzones. And some of it is happening in other areas that historically have not seen it, but we're seeing somewhat of a reduction in the actual microzones where it historically has happened. I think that's number one. When we look at the 5-year transformational plan, it calls for a lot of things. We have now a signed MOU. We're proud of this, a signed MOU with the police department, the mayor's office of criminal justice, and the state's attorney's office to do weekly case reviews on robberies and shootings and homicide cases and gun cases, where we look at that and we can take the aggregate data and report out on why cases are either being accepted and or refused at any of those levels, which informs us of how to improve, especially if it is something we're doing that's causing cases not to get accepted, which is making repeat bad offenders go out and repeat these bad acts. That's number one. And then we have now moved into a new academy, which we said we wanted to do early on, and we have finalized a plan to move the Central District into a new police station. And so improving the facilities and the working conditions is well underway, and we're delivering on promises to the officers. You know, we brought experts in to do high-level command and executive level training, an 8-week course that we put all of our captains, majors, lieutenant colonels and deputy commissioners through from the Police Executives Research Forum, done at no cost to us. I think the Buffett Foundation paid for that. And then we sent a number, I think 6 or 7 or 8 of our commanders and executives to the Senior Management Institute for Police, which is a 3-week senior management development program at Boston University, where they were with 80 and 85 command and executives from around the country. So we invested at no cost to us, by the way, paid for by the Able Foundation. So we're doing our due diligence to not cost the city money while making improvements to our and investments into our people. And so there's so many more things that are in that plan that actually got done in that first year, to include decreases in crime. And while we're certainly not satisfied, there's so much work to be done. And so we're proud of the work. We look forward to this year coming up, having bigger strides and making bigger reductions and bigger improvements.
All right, since the chairman's not here to stop me, I'm just going to make a last statement that being that you mentioned how with the training academy, which I'm not going to get into because neither one of us have enough time, but in addition to the Central District being moved, I do want to also just remind you that when we had a hearing on the facilities for all of BPD districts, that the Central District was rated the worst one according to DGS, and the second worst one was the Northwest District. So I just wanted to put that out there in my closing statements. Thank you.
That was smooth the way you did that.
You know, I'm a smooth operator.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Definitely.
Good evening. Good evening.
Sorry, not in City Hall with you today, but it is good to see you. I just wanted to respond to some partly your opening statement and partly stuff you've mentioned in the media around calls for redistribution of resources. And one of the things that you said in the press was that Doing so would be defunding progress. And wanted to start by saying that, to fully acknowledge that there has been progress under your leadership in your term here. And I'm thankful for that. But would have to respectfully disagree, especially noting that the one metric that you mentioned there has not been progress in has been murders in Baltimore City. And for my constituents, that is the top metric of performance measure of the police department is the preservation of life in Baltimore City, and the impact that has on our families. And so for me, and I think I mentioned to you early on in your tenure that while I believe that the police department does play a function, a role in violence reduction, and would be foolish to say otherwise, in my opinion. I think I said pretty clearly that I do not think that without a very strategic public health, comprehensive focus to violence reduction in Baltimore City, that we would not see a decrease in violence and murders in Baltimore. And so far, that continues to be the case. And so to respond to that commentary, I still would repeat the same thing again, that until we have a public health focused budget that has a more robust funding mechanism for public health, for our health department, for education, for schools, and so on, we will not see violence go down in Baltimore City. And I stand by that. And I think that the levels of violence still reflect that the need for a budget that is more reflective of the actual needs of our communities and really get to the root causes of violence, which we know are very complex in nature. And kudos or second Councilman Cohen's statement earlier, your officers are not social workers. They are not capable of responding to the complex set of crises and underlying issues that lead to violent crime occurring in the first place. In fact, when people call the police, they're calling after something has happened. And what we have been, or many of us on this council have been trying to push, is that how do we prevent those things from happening in the first place? And I'd argue that our inability to do that has been because, the budgets that have been placed before us on this council have not adequately funded the services that we know get to those root causes of violence. And until we have a budget that reflects that, we will continue to have. And that's just my soapbox that I was asked not to do, but since everyone's doing it, I'm going to do it too.
And that's okay, but that's okay. We welcome that. But that's the point I make about the focused deterrence or group violence intervention program that we're launching, very soon. That we not only have created positions within the police department and the mayor's office of criminal justice, but we have pulled in philanthropic funds for people who have really to the tune of quite a bit of money to help us put this together. Even when you look at reports from experts that have recently come out last week before, about the need to do this very thing. While it's not called a health department initiative, it certainly has the principal core tenets of the health department, and it's very similar because it addresses all the root causes and the social ills that need to be addressed. And policing is only one pillar. It's a 5-pillar system: prevention, intervention, enforcement, rehabilitation, and reentry. Now, we only touch on that one part, but we rely on the experts in the health department and all the experts with health and all the experts with all the other social service providers to partner with us to do the rest. So while I agree, maybe budgets have not reflected a health perspective, this is the initiative that cities have used to reduce violent crime, gun violence, which we are embarking upon. I put it in a crime plan last July, and we're embarking upon launching it here. And certainly it can be expanded to include, because it already will include health, because those social service providers will be social, many of them, the caseworkers, the intense casework and social work will be social workers and people from the health department doing the work that you're so right about, that we're just not trained to do.
And I don't want to go into back and forth on that. I mean, we have public safety committee to do that. But I'd just say, to that it is, again, I don't want to knock the progress that has happened, and these sort of interventions may have an impact. But I still stand that, a $500 million police budget in comparison to what I know the priorities of my constituents are. And what we're spending in those areas, it's not going to move the needle. But I do want to go into questions. We can have more commentary later on that. So I wanted to start with Service 853, which was a $3.7 million allocation, which includes it says patrol support services, but in the budget items, it indicates that there is a allocation for community and youth services, but there are no performance measures listed that speak to in any way the outcomes of that that work for community and youth outreach or in any other area. And could you speak to why that isn't being measured? And it's something that I know we spoke about early on during your tenure when you first came here, and something that was disclosed in New Orleans was police interactions, how many there were, and we talked early on about the need to get more qualitative data and measure the impact of that. So can you speak to why there are no metrics listed for that, which I would argue is rooted in community policing which is a central part of your crime plan?
Well, thank you. And I think you're right about that. What we learned early on was that, number one, we weren't collecting the data. And even when we collected it, it was either bad data or it was bad technology. So we are working now, and we have been constantly working to recode the engagement and recode the enforcement so that when officers call out what they are doing, we're actually capturing accurate data. And so we would have officers calling out for they're out the car doing community engagement, and then there was another code for foot patrol, and then that would get cross-pollinated, and it would be confusing, and we wouldn't know which was which. And so right now, we've done a recoding of all of our call-outs so that we can know what the officers are, so that we can actually track it. And that's for all of patrol, and that is for the community services, the youth services division. But we track that now every week in our CompStat to make sure each commander is held accountable for not only performing the engagement, but being able to quantify and qualify exactly what they're doing. I'll let my chief of staff and my operations division elaborate just a little more.
Yeah, so part of the issue in realigning all of our metrics in the budget book is ensuring we actually have the ability to measure what we're reporting out. And I think that's been actually a big problem with what we have found in prior budgets and prior metrics is making certain we've got the systems in place to give accurate data. I know operations has been working a great deal on our updated community policing plan, which is what the commissioner was referencing. Deputy Sullivan, if you could, talk to a little bit about that and how it aligns with the guidance we have to give to our officers out in the field.
And so can we expect that the fiscal 22 budget will have metrics for that category?
Yes, I think it's for us having the systems in place, which the RMS is a big component of. That will be something that is online before the start of FY22. And so we'll be able to prepare a budget book that allows us to then track those interactions, to track those kind of codes correctly. And by then, we'll be able to also have updated the nature of how we report out. And that community policing plan, again, is that court-approved document of the way forward on how we not only ensure quality interactions on a proactive and engagement focus, but it's also a problem-solving focus. And so part of the metrics is, trying to understand what's the follow-up on those problem-oriented activities that our officers are engaged in. And those are the kinds of guidance documents that need to be pushed down to our rank and file. We were in line and scheduled to start training on that this year. Then COVID happened, and so our training operations have been temporarily put on pause. And when we're able to, again, reconvene large classes, we'll be able to make sure that the entire department is trained on that new community policing plan, which again, a lot of effort and time and input from the public was brought in to ensure that it's a quality interaction and that we're tracking that and measuring that. And those kinds of metrics will be able to report out on once those systems of accountability are in place so that we know it's being done properly and correctly.
And my second question, Mr. Chair, if someone could help me understand the difference in service 816, there's which is special operations section. There's a allocation of about approximately $7 million for SWAT, of which the metric used to measure their effectiveness was the number of high-risk warrant service deployments. And in Service 623, Criminal Investigations Division, there's a $6 million allocation for the Warrant Apprehension Task Force, which would be a total of $13 million, of which it appears that the prime and even the metrics in 623 are on warrants and warrant apprehension. Is it necessary to have a $13 million total allocation? And by your own metrics, success is serving warrants for both units?
So if we could, Deputy Sullivan, if you're on the line, can you explain a little bit about the activities that WATF, the Warrant Apprehension Task Force, operates and the difference between that and what requires a SWAT response? Are you on the phone?
Yes, this is Deputy Commissioner Sullivan, and there's a distinction between the functions of those two operations, and they're actually in two different under the command of two different colonels. Colonel Briscoe, could you talk to us about the WATF and what their function is?
Good evening, council members. This is Colonel Briscoe speaking. So Warrant Apprehension Task Force is designed and constructed to really go after our high-risk warrants. That's where we have our detectives that are task force officers that go after our homicide, non-fatal shootings, and our robberies that are armed and high priority, to include domestic violence categories. So that's their primary function. They also operate as a portion of our mobile field force and supplement the goals, the overarching high priority crime goals of CID, the Criminal Investigative Division. And SWAT resides under Colonel Worley in Patrol.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Colonel Rich Worley from Patrol. SWAT falls under Special Operations, but Special Operations also has a multitude of other units. They have the Mobile Metro Unit, they have the Motors Unit, they have the Towing Unit, the Fleet Safety Unit, Special Events, Mounted, Marine Unit, and the Bomb Unit all fall under, and any of the traffic units all fall under the Special Operations section. So of the 100 officers in Special Operations, only about 25% are SWAT officers. And SWAT's function is to basically handle all the high-risk raids, and there's a formula that is done to see whether a district can handle it or a SWAT handles it. If they hit a certain metric with the number, SWAT must handle the high-risk raid. Also, when they're not on the high-risk raid, they basically are training or they are on patrol in some of our high-risk, high-crime districts. Since we put them in a couple of the different districts, when they're not doing the raids, they have done a really good job with getting the amount of crime down in those districts. And in addition, they have been irreplaceable during this protest. They were single-handedly keeping downtown safe one night when we had the worst part of the protest, going from call to call, making arrests with a guy walking around with a rifle. So they do all the high-risk raids so that we get multiple guns or there's multiple alerts as to there could be a possible issue if the regular guys went into the rooms.
And warrant apprehension focuses on arrests, whereas SWAT focuses on search and seizures. That is also another distinct difference.
So, Councilmember, this is Commissioner Harrison. SWAT requires certifications. There's a certification for members to be members of SWAT, because SWAT also is the agency's rescue unit. So if there is a hostage situation or a active shooter scenario, SWAT is the entity that handles all human rescue operations, which require certain certifications because they have to train to handle any type of building, whether it's a 1-story building or a 100-story building, or a water rescue or any other type of tactical operation that the average police officer is just not trained to handle.
So if I could ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, to Lieutenant Colonel Worley's, he mentioned several other units which fall under special operations, which I can see. But what's still clear in the budget book is that for just the SWAT unit, which was an indicated 25 officers in that unit, it's a $7 million allocation, which by my rough math is about $280,000 an officer. Terrible math, but in that ballpark. And I'm still missing how these officers can't be folded into this other unit. It just seems like a very large expenditure for, by your own indications, is 25 officers that are used in a number of ways, which is great. But I'm missing how this cannot be combined with a different unit, or officers cross-trained in the other unit, which again, it's a $13 million between both units.
Yeah, I mean, basically, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, Colonel, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, basically what happens is they, like the commissioner said, they have very specialized skills and those, that allotment of the 280, roughly $300,000, the budget has actually 52 positions for SWAT. So we are severely understaffed with SWAT to the point that I had to change their schedules because we were basically working those 28 guys very hard. They would go in and actually, an example of one of their days is they may go in at 3 a.m, serve raids, go back home, go back to court, and then come back in that night to work. So we changed their schedule to make them a little more fresher so they can actually get their training. And it calls for a lot of training. They have to do room clearance. They have to constantly train at least 3 days a week. And then once every 2 weeks, the entire team has to train together because in order for them to do the high-risk job that they do, they have to rely basically on each other. You got guys that are going in back-to-back, and you're relying on the guy in front of you to do his job. So they have to train and get to know each other's nuances like the back of their hand. So when they get in these high-risk situations, they have to perform. So that's why their budget is separated, sort of, I assume, simply because they need all this training and they need to have facilities. They need to use the ranges at these certain areas where they can shoot their sniper rifles because our range at gunpowder can't provide that to them. So there's a lot of different things that they need that we have to continue to train, and we also have to send them to schools. So, and we're trying to bolster that up to get to where we need so that we're not paying quite as much overtime and we can have a little bit more of the daily functions out of their teams. But they do an awesome job.
And just to confirm, council member, there are 52 positions programmed in the budget. 44 of them are filled, and there are 8, or I believe, let's see here, there should be 8 vacant positions, if my math is correct. 44 positions are filled and 8 are vacant. There's 8 vacant police officer positions.
So I'll stop there, Mr. Chair. I just, a parting note would say that, not questioning how hard these guys work or the training, that wasn't really where I was getting at, but if we were measuring their success by warrant service, but they're doing all of these other things, the success of those operations should be tracked as well, and there should be a performance measure here that reflects the other work. But what we have to go off of in this budget book is simply one task that is outlined, and now we're hearing that there's all these other things that we're not tracking performance on. And so I'll stop there, Mr. Chair, but would be helpful to revisit that in the future budget to have a lot more clear picture of what everybody's doing.
That's a point well taken, Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilman. Commissioner, I wanted to quickly go back to Councilman Dorsey's request. I certainly appreciate that tonight is the first time that you're hearing it. Unfortunately for me and my colleagues, we hear it literally every month, and we've heard it every month for the past 2+ years. I would appreciate if you would work to get him a response, at least with a time frame, by no later than Monday morning at 10 a.m. So just to have your team start thinking about how long it's going to take to aggregate that information. Does that seem like something that's reasonable to accomplish?
It absolutely seems reasonable, and we will have that done. Thank you for that.
Okay, and if you could please copy me on the response to Councilman Dorsey, I would appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Absolutely.
Councilman Bullock. And Bullock, before you go, our order right now is Councilman Bullock, Councilman Reisinger, Councilman Stokes, Councilwoman Clark, and then we're going to reset. Councilman Bullock. Mr. President, I know you have some staff with you. If you could please have one of your staff members call Councilman Bullock to let him know that he's up.
We're calling him right now.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to jump to Councilman Reisinger while we wait for Bullock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, first of all, I just want to thank you and your men and women in blue for what they do for the citizens of Baltimore. Back in 2019, when you gave the presentation of your plan, you stated that the department had to do more with less, which I agree, to be more efficient. So what I'm asking you as of today, where is your plan regards to how many police officers we have and how many in regards to what's short? Because back at that presentation, even today, we hear different numbers that were 500 short, 700 short, 1,000 short. So do you have a number regards to your plan where you're at right now, dealing with your efficiency and how many officers you have and how many more you need?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. And let me give a little context. When we hear people say the department is short a certain number of officers, I am always referring to the number of budgeted positions that are not filled. There are sometimes people referring to the number of officers we used to have. For example, 10 years ago, we were budgeted for 3,000. We have 500 fewer officers than we had 10 years ago. But according to the budgeted strength of 2648, we're only short a couple of hundred officers. Now, while we may need more than that, my answer to how many we're short is based on the budgeted strength, which is 225, I believe, something like that. We're short, but my deputy commissioner, Jim Gillis, is on, who can give you those accurate numbers of where we are and where we're going.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Gil.
Hi,
Chief
James.
Malasan, I think that Chief Malasan actually has him right in front of him. I think it's around 225.
Yeah, that's correct. So of the 2,648 sworn authorized positions that are presented in the budget, this is as of a couple of days ago, there are 2,423 on payroll. That's a 225 vacant number. And our staffing plan calls for 2,785, which is actually above and beyond what is budgeted. But again, it speaks to a workload-driven analysis that properly staffs both detective units for caseload and patrol units for adequate response time and adequate available time for proactive and engagement for the public. And so when it comes to that figure, we are looking at a need in the department to fully staff all functions the appropriate way. A total of 362 is what the department needs to fulfill the staffing plan. but we are 225 currently vacant positions that are currently budgeted. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So to follow up, if we, because right now I have 2 districts in the 10th district, Southern and Southwest. And what we hear, not just my district, I guess other districts also in the city, is that when there's 911 calls or your community meetings, we hear that we're short of staff. So are you telling me that if we hit that number of 260 some, if I'm correct, that we shouldn't be hearing that as an excuse that we're short of officers, we can't respond?
Well, I think so when you hear officers say that, there are two answers to the question, and we would love to get everybody on the same talking point that we're short 225. That's based on the budgeted strength. But officers remember when the department was budgeted for 3,000 and are usually referring to how many we used to have and are using the words interchangeably, that we're short, that we have fewer officers. And so, we can only say that we're short based on the budgeted number, which is 2648, and we're only short 225 positions. According to the staffing plan, we need 360 plus positions. And 10 years ago, we were budgeted for 3,000, which would make us have more than 500 fewer positions, but that's a different thing than saying that we're short. And officers, anytime there are officers who perhaps are sick and are not at work, or on vacation and not at work, or maybe another group that might be in some type of training, and there are fewer people on the platoon that actually are at work that any given night, well, the officers may say we're short tonight. And that's only because of what they call the relief factor or the relief variable, where officers are not at work that particular night. And yeah, there are some nights where some areas of the city are a little shorter than other because 1 or 2 officers are not on their assignment because of many reasons. They're
Right.
sick. Yeah.
Okay. So my second question, which is for budget management, the police department cut back on the overtime, and if I heard correctly, is that you're looking at a $33 million is budgeted for overtime. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Come up with
correct.
33 million overtime.
Yeah, that's correct. 33 million.
So how did you come up with that 33 million for overtime? Because what I'm trying to say, Robert, in private industry or in business, when you tell an agency that you have $33 million or you have all this overtime money, I think you sort of, my mind's eye, you sort of lose that efficiency, because in operation, you're saying, hey, go ahead and use overtime because we got $33 million. I'm trying to be ugly about it. I just don't know why we can't do supplementals when they need it, because the years I've been here, I've always heard that we have a deficit, we don't have the money, but we always seem to have $18, $22 million, coming out of supplemental money from somewhere. So how did you come up with 33 million?
So the overtime money, it hits on what one of the points the commissioner just made, that is, if we are short of staff versus our budgeted number, sometimes overtime has to be used
Right.
to fill those other slots. In terms of the budget for this year, as some of the folks have talked about tonight, there's been a lot of progress made versus in terms of better managing the overtime to make sure that it's only used as absolutely necessary. So, in last year's budget, if you remember, we built in $5 million of savings from the new patrol schedule, which we determined was more efficient. And then this year, some of the changes they've made in terms of the specialized units and better management and policies on overtime has been able to bring that down to the 33 million. But we calculate that as we look at the budgeted strength, and we have to figure out how many slots have to be filled on overtime with existing officers to be able to fill those lost spots.
Okay. I understand, but I'm just looking at what some of my colleagues are saying in regards to community engagement, especially with community programs and social programs, to be working with the police department in order to attain that goal. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman. Next up, we have Councilman Stokes. Councilman Bullock said he was good on this round of questions. We've got Councilman Stokes, and then we've got Councilwoman Clark after that.
Councilman Stokes, you're still on mute.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first question is, I understand the strict guidelines that outline how forfeiture funds can be used, and I look forward to reviewing those rules. Are there any funds in the police department budget that can be used directly in community that would serve to reduce crime and focus on community building?
I'm going to let my CFO answer that, but to my knowledge, all of our funds are either grant funds that pay for salaries, or either general funds that pay for salaries, or grant funds that pay for equipment and capital costs. There are no funds that can be used outside of salaries, capital costs, or equipment.
Okay, well, real quick, I'm looking forward to Jim Gillis to get back with us on the forfeiture funds and
Okay.
how that money can be used. I know we just spent $1.2 million of forfeiture money for the opening of the new police department with the Baltimore Sun building. So, Mr. Gillis, I'm looking forward to talking to you to see how we can use some of that other money, because a lot of that money comes from the community. We talking about using it for dealing with social issues. The police can't save that, but talking about safety programs in the community also. So,
Absolutely, Councilman.
okay, so my second question is, what are we doing about ongoing trauma-informed training of new and existing officers, and how does the police department determine the training is working?
Deputy Commissioner Murphy? Yeah?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Absolutely. So I'm Deputy Commissioner Murphy. I oversee reforms, which includes the Training Academy. And we have reworked all of our training regarding responding to behavioral health and crisis incidents, which has a heavy emphasis on bringing a trauma-informed response to those incidents. So we've reworked a 3-day training for recruits. We're reworking training for all of our officers, which will be a 10-hour training. And we are reworking a 40-hour curriculum for crisis intervention officers, which will be the priority dispatch to any type of crisis scene. That's on the behavioral health end, but we're also bringing trauma-informed approaches to other sides of training as well. Sexual assault training has a focus on bringing a trauma-informed, victim-centered approach. In addition, that'll be emphasized in upcoming community policing training and interactions with youth training. So in all of these different training areas, as part of the reform, we try to bring a community-oriented and trauma-informed approach to those trainings. And then after the relevant policies and trainings go into effect, we are assessing how we are performing in our regular interactions with those policies. So we will develop audit mechanisms to review body-worn camera footage and the associated reports to see how we're doing implementing those practices and ensuring we're bringing the best trauma-informed approach to the community in Baltimore.
Okay, well, what data are you used to determine that it's working? And if you do have the data, could you share it also?
So a lot of these programs are right now entering the training phase, and the policies are not fully implemented at this point. So this year we had been slated to do the crisis intervention and behavioral health training for everyone. Sexual assault policies are in effect. We're going to provide more training on that. The community policing and youth interactions training that is upcoming that is upcoming. So we don't have a tremendous amount of data on that currently. If there's any particular data that you are interested in on that front, we would be happy to provide it. But after those policies go into effect and we are assessing body-worn camera footage to see how we're implementing it, that will be a continual piece of information that we will be discussing in our management meetings, and ComStat would be happy to provide that as it is developed and assessed. But if you have any particular requests on that, let us know. We often do surveys as to the quality of the training itself as well. And as we conduct those trainings, we'd be happy to provide that as well.
Well, I do have two, substance abuse and youth interactions.
Absolutely. We will
Can you
get
share
back
that?
to you with more information on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilwoman Clark.
Thank you. Commissioner, thank you for your leadership and all that's been accomplished. And especially, we were proud of the very peaceful protests, marches, the behavior of the officers as compared to across the whole United States, and of people who worked with the police during that to try to stop and successfully trying to stop, except for that first night, the damage, the vandalism, etc.
Thank you.
So I have two things. First and foremost, we've been getting a lot of emails from a lot of the young people who do a lot of the walking in protest and peacefully. A lot of my constituents just out of the neighborhoods. And they are not complaining about our police. That's not what their letters are saying. What they're saying is they want to defund the police. But I think I take that to have a lot of interpretations. I take it to mean they want what we've already talked about tonight. They want to see a different kind of police department in America. They are part of a very powerful movement, a generational movement, and they want, one, the money that the police has in disproportion to the rest of agencies to be going to like schools, or to go to spin-off agencies, for example, that are social workers that have the funding and the ability to move fast to respond, to go to the kinds of crisis situations that your officers go to. I think it's a powerful movement. I think that you, Commissioner, are one of the few commissioners in the United States of America who is always forward-looking and always working to make things more efficient. So my question is this: would you be willing to work with the Baltimore City Council? I won't be on it, so it won't be too difficult, to look at how to make this begin to happen really in Baltimore?
I have always been and will always be willing to work with this city council on any way to improve the Baltimore Police Department and to improve the city. And I'll take it one step further.
Okay.
I will work to beat you at being a better police department.
That's what we're expecting and looking forward to. And the better one that is growing up with a generation here and going forward that way is one which has been described by many of my colleagues this evening, and in many hundreds and hundreds of letters, we've all, I guess, received. I certainly have. And I do point out there were no, these were not letters against our police.
Well, I get that.
This was for the sharing of resources, the creation of off-site, not all things controlled by the police, but off-site programs and even urgent services that could be developed to spin off and go their ways. So I think it's very important if you would be kind enough to just really think about that, because I think you should be part of the thinking on it, sir, because I have a lot of respect for your view of the future and your understanding of changes and developments that happen.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. And, once again, I'm always willing to work with the city council to make improvements. Now, when you talk about the movement, I fully understand what people who are asking for defunding the police, I think I understand what they are asking for. We are all what they're asking for, but whether they know it or not, or whether we know it or not, we're actually giving them right now what it is we're asking for and what we're protesting about. This police department now is receiving calls from around the country because we're 3 years into the very demands that the people are asking for. And yes, we have a long way to go. We're not there yet. I'm the first to admit that, to honestly admit that. But we're doing the things in this consent decree that are laying the foundations for what reform will look like for other departments now who never thought that they'd be doing what we're now doing. So look, I've been asked to join a group of mayors and a couple of police chiefs with the U.S. Conference of Mayors.
I know that. Congratulations.
To look back over President Obama's Task Force on 21st Century Task Force report on recommendations of what policing should look like going forward. And to your point, that's exactly some of the work we're working on. They asked me because they recognize Baltimore is already doing that work.
And I ask you because we have respect for your professionalism and for your, understanding of the way things developed.
Thank you for that.
It's one of them. And it's a big one for this generation and for our future, I believe. Secondly, I just was listening to Mr. Murphy, the training gentleman. And I know him. I've met him. But he was talking about training, and that's what I just wanted to go through these things that we have a consent decree. We have you as our leader. We're already doing a lot of these things. And my question about them is there adequate time for new recruits going through the training school, for veterans that are busy and you have to carve time out to really absorb things like, and it's from that list of 8, to how to de-escalate, which I know that you've adopted as a department, requiring officers to use a force continuum, how to do that, restricting chokeholds and strangleholds, which is already restricted here, but it's the training, it's the time spent understanding why.
So the answer is yes. That's what training is about, and that's what the relief variable is about. Because we're in a consent decree, there's a lot of training we have to do that other departments perhaps are not compelled to do, but they can do. But we have to do it. And yes, we put a lot of officers through a lot of training all the time. Now, we had to suspend some of our in-service when COVID prevented us from all being in small classrooms. But we're going to be getting back to that, and we're incorporating e-learning and remote learning, where we're doing more remotely. And we learn how to do that and improvise and overcome and adapt really quickly. So yes, we have the capacity. to train officers on all of those things, and we're spending the appropriate time. We found that in our training, there were, because we didn't kind of manage the time, we found a lot of dead space and gaps where recruits were going to one class and then they'd have a 2-hour break and go to another class and have a 1-hour break. Well, just by adding the appropriate number of instructors who are qualified and certified, and having good management principles and treating it like a college course catalog where one course builds upon the other, their prerequisites, we were able to cut out the dead space and reduce the academy time from 38 weeks to 30 weeks, thereby able to bring 6 classes through in a year and know when the exact start date and finish date. That's part of the crime plan, by bringing more officers into the field faster without compromising quality. And so, yes, we did a serious assessment with consent decree monitors and the Department of Justice to figure out if we were providing the correct learning models and if people were learning appropriately in the adult learning model, and how to get officers there quickly without compromising quality. And we've totally revamped it and accomplishing that.
And how long is that? How long is the revamp been going on?
I would say we have been in this model now for about 4 or 5, at the beginning of the year, January 1st.
Okay. Oh, of this year.
The first class of this year was a 30-week academy. The last class of last year was a 38-week academy. And
I see.
when we went into the new facility, we started a new class with a new curriculum. And, one of the first things we did was to make sure I hired an academic director who has a PhD in education, so that we can treat training like an institute of higher learning. And that's what we have done. And we have totally incorporated the adult learning model and away from the traditional lecture model. And it's all scenario based and hands-on.
So I think it's important for our general public to know all the things already in place. I know everybody has informational sessions and everything else, but just for example, in recruiting, you're using outreach, you're using all kinds of really good tools to reach out and recruit.
Yes.
Maybe as part of that, since you're already advertising, you could work in that this is this is working toward the model of the future, and here are the things. It's already in the book, on the books in Baltimore. Here are the things you can't, that we don't do. It's a way to get that out that I think is really important for people to know. It was not raised in all these hundreds and hundreds of emails ever, but it's something I'm seeing all over the country, people adopting things that we've already done, and that our people should know that. Just should know that.
Point well taken.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, if you're, well, they probably left because I'm going to have to excuse myself. If I don't call my daughter in California, she won't, she'll call me at midnight, and I have to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody for your good work.
Thank you, Councilwoman Clark. President Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, I want to talk about 2 things that I've been talking about for far too long, and want to first acknowledge the progress that we've made with one of them in regards to handling more calls for service online and over the phone. I want to point out for my colleagues and the general public that this is a program, CopLogic, that I helped the department get way back in 2013, but they did not use it until now. So thank you for that. I want to point out that since essentially we started with the changes to how we operate as a city due to COVID-19, from let's just say 3/15 of this year to the 6th of June, we took a total of 824 reports online, which saved us 1,200 hours and actually $41,000 for the city. To the contrary, though, however, through that same time frame last year, we took only 500 of those reports. And I want to talk about that in addition to something else. Well, one, for me, I want to talk about this as an opportunity, Mr. Commissioner, for us to, again, through the conversation that we're having today, know that the workload is one, too much, two, that the workload includes many things, also includes many things that should not be going to you, and three, that we have to be smarter about how we use technology and other ways to do that, to handle those workloads and those calls so that we can actually have officers focus on the very things that we know they need to do, which is focus on people with guns who are actually killing people and robbing people in our communities. Have we talked about not going back at all once COVID is over to handling reports in the other way, and what that would mean as far as savings for us when you're talking about online and telephone reporting of these very minor crimes that simply do not need to have a sworn officer there? And then also, as we move towards this redistricting process that we're going to have to follow after the census and the reallocation per the staffing model, have we also looked at, in that same vein, the different shifts, for example, like midnight shift, and whether we need to move bodies from that shift to other shifts because of calls for service, et cetera?
Thank you. And yes, to the answer to your first question, yes, we have talked about and continue to talk about the redesign of the department in regarding how we answer calls for service, which calls we answer, which calls we used to answer that we don't answer now, that we refer to either online or telephonic reporting, and how we go forward when we reopen fully as a city and we get back to responding, and things like social distancing are perhaps not as important further down the road than it is right now, and officers begin to engage and can become in close proximity. How we can be smart about continuing to use technology, especially when we bring on this new records management system, how we can use that to our advantage to keep up the free time. Because as you remember, the goal was to build in the free time so that we can have high levels of engagement, which is really the catalyst for trust building. That was always the goal, and it remains the goal, but we have to find a way to find the free time. Now, COVID-19 helped us out a little bit, and now we just have to find a way, you and me and the rest of us, to socialize to our citizens and our constituents why we are going to use police in a different way. We still need more, but because we need the free time. But yes, some things we are not going back to because we found that we can be more efficient doing it this way. And I think the answer to your second question, remind me what that was again?
Was the second portion of that question was specifically about, as we move into now to go redistricting.
Oh yes. And so we're
analyze this shift.
Yeah, we're using the staffing plan to make sure we accomplish our staffing goals, both hiring police officers and civilianization. Although COVID with our dire financial straits has put us in somewhat of a difficult position, we certainly have a plan and are working to execute that plan should finances be available to allow us to do that, which will bring us to how we prepare for redistricting and creating a plan and a pathway that gets us to
Mr. Commissioner, hold on for 1 second. Your chief of staff is oh, never mind. He was unmuted and it was causing a backflow for everybody.
Okay.
My apologies on that. I forgot to unmute myself. In speaking to your question about redistricting, we are actually using calls for service data split by the shift in which they are actually originating. And so when we look at staffing deployment in the staffing model, it already looks at what is the proper deployment during the day shift, the evening shift, the night shift. And that number is not necessarily the same across all those different time periods. And it's contrary to what's needed to be able to respond to calls for service. We had already taken into account in building that model the volume of the lowest priority calls being handled through other means. And so we might be able to gain more efficiencies by determining if there are other, like maybe code 3 calls that could be deployed in a different fashion. But the staffing plan right now does fully account for the new technology, even the old technology, to be able to respond in a different way that doesn't require a police in-person response. And so those are factored in, and they can serve as a critical component to understanding how redistricting will be impacted. As we mentioned before, redistricting is not just a question of where people live. It's where calls for service are being generated. It's the nature of the roads, the neighborhoods, and trying to make sure that there's continuity. And so all those factors will be available for us once the census is available. And we're committed to ensuring we make the deadlines and do it in a data-driven fashion when we're re-looking at the district lines across the board.
Thank you for that. And well, as you know, that has been an issue that I've worked on literally since I came to City Hall. So I look forward to it be put into place. And it's very encouraging for me that we're thinking specifically when we think about the midnight shift, because we know Charlie shift, you and I know, where we get a lot of resources because of the violence that happens there. My last question for this round, Mr. Chair. Mr. Commissioner, can we talk about the controls and policies that we put in place amidst the fallout of GTCF, not, or the actions, controls for what they're doing, the arrests, the guns, all of those kind of things to make sure that everything's happening on the up and up, but also any controls for like overtime and whether you've seen any overpayment in overtime or allowances under your administration.
Thank you. Certainly, we put controls in place. So I'll answer the second one first. Overtime, we put controls in place to make sure that officers, number one, ask permission to work overtime, and then supervisors grant approval for overtime based on certain goals, either manpower shortage or a crime suppression initiative that had a certain goal and fell within the commander's budget, and the commander of that district or division controlled that budget. And so we put controls in place not only to make sure we were knowing if they asked permission and were granted permission, but to track how much an officer worked, because there was a limit on how much we put that they can work within a week to prevent burnout, an officer being overstressed, and because it's an officer wellness issue. Officer wellness issues translate into performance issues. Performance issues translate into behavioral issues. So we put those controls into place and have been under budget every single pay cycle since we have done that, since we started giving out budgets mid last year. And so that's been a huge success. And we monitor that every single day and every single week and make supervisors account for it in CompStat to explain if they went over, how did they go over and why, or because some have to ask for more depending on what's needed. But yes, it is an accountability tool we use in CompStat to manage the overtime. And here's the thing, while we sometimes say we cut it, we really began managing it very, very well, and for the first time, and making people ask for it. Then you asked about oversight and management of arrest.
Yeah, hold on. Went to that point though. I just want to make sure, because we know the second part of that question was seen any incorrect overpayments and the overtime allowances that we had to go back since you put those policies in place.
I think the thing we're seeing has to do with bad technology and outdated technology, where we're still seeing historical edits because we have individuals who are handle the payroll and payroll clerks who make manual entries into it. And sometimes we have to deal with historical edits where we might see an increase in overtime, but it's historical edits that come in late. So that's one thing we're dealing with, because it's the human versus the technology error. And then we make those corrections. But there are sometimes certain districts and or divisions may be going over, but they have to account for that. They come into CompStat and they account for it, either because there's a manpower shortage or there's a severe caseload that required them to need more time and more people to deal with. For example, a spike in homicides may have required that within any particular week, or spike in armed robberies in any one district could have caused them to either need it more or go over. Sometimes they've asked permission and we've granted it, and sometimes because it was on the last day of a cycle, they may have gone over and then we reconciled it later in the pay cycle.
Okay, can you be sure to get to the committee any examples of that, just so that we can have a further look?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We can take some examples that we use in our CompStat model and get that to you, so you can see not just how it happens, but how we manage it, rectify it, and hold people accountable because of it. And I think if you want to go to your first question, yes, we put accountability measures in place, and I personally instructed members of my team to conduct audits of gun arrests to make sure that reasonable suspicion and probable cause is accurate, and supervisors are paying close attention, not just the sergeants, but at the lieutenant level, to make sure we have a level of quality assurance to ensure we're making quality cases. Now, because those cases go to our state's attorney, we have now implemented a case review on homicides, non-fatal shootings, and armed robbery, and that because there's an analyst now hired to help do the work and pump out the aggregate data on where we fall short if our cases are not making it through and why, so that we can educate ourselves on how to improve. That did not exist before. That was one of the main things I had to put in the crime plan to build quality assurance, to make sure the work we're doing actually is making it through all the way through prosecution and conviction. That being said, secondly, as you know, we hired a consultant to do a deep dive into the historical analysis of the department through the formation of GTTF to figure out how the culture evolved, which allowed it to be born, to flourish, to fester, and to evolve into what it inevitably did. That work is ongoing. What I'm being told by Mr. Bromwich is that there have been no obstructions, and everyone he has met with has been cooperative.
Thank you. And just a follow-up on that, as far as also, I know that before you got here that they had meetings, and you did with as far as and they wouldn't tell you about ongoing, but as far as internal reviews, have all the actions that need to be taken for people who were mentioned or named in the scandal, have they all been taken?
To my knowledge, as I in my early days meeting with the FBI, they gave me a reading and briefed me on everything I needed to know about people who had been removed from the department and ongoing pending cases where I had the privilege of knowing. There were some cases that were still confidential where perhaps they did not extend me the privilege of knowing, but everything that I was legally allowed to know, they informed me of. But of the cases that we know of, there were cases that were already surfaced, and to my knowledge, there were no open investigations into members in the Baltimore Police Department still lingering. If there were cases, the people were either no longer on the department or already under some disciplinary action.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. And Mr. Chair, I just want to add a follow-up from my first question too. Mr. Commissioner, I know that we had like a recent 6-day internal audit around overtime. Can you be sure to share that with us, results of that as well?
Repeat that for me, please, sir.
I said recently, didn't we recently have from our internal auditor like a 6-day audit of some like overtime related things? As of recent, can we have that, share that information as well?
Absolutely. A draft of that report has been going up the chain and is about to be finalized, and we'll share that with you, Mr. Council President.
And Mr. Council President, one of the other things that we've instituted since we've been here is the Compliance Bureau in Deputy Murphy's shop does routine audits of the overtime to ensure that they are complying with the new provisions. So it's not just that we're trusting folks to do this, we're verifying that it's actually being done correctly. And we have a function that, is a part of how we operate going forward. It's in our audits and inspections for the Compliance Bureau. And it's just a good practice to ensure that the kind of issues with GTTF don't happen again. The other thing that we did, and this is important to the staffing plan, is ensuring we've got the right ratio of supervisor to span of control. This was something that we know was an issue with a lack of supervision led to those kinds of practices. And by being able to have a good span of control, the right number of sergeants, making sure that they're trained, making sure they have the resources to be good supervisors, and to ensure that our managers are ensuring the supervisors are being held accountable. That is important. We don't want to get the span of control out of whack, and that's why the staffing plan is so vital, to ensure we've got the right level of supervision, which we know we will need to increase the number of sergeants down the road to be able to accommodate growth in the department down the road. That is a vital thing, and it's an intrinsic part of what we think is necessary to ensure the kind of mistakes of GTTF never happen.
Thank you. And then I guess Chief or Deputy Murphy, these internal audits are also supposed to be posted on the website, I think, right? And if they are, then I looked and there's none there. Can we talk about why they haven't? And if not, then how quickly can we actually correct that?
We can be sure to rectify that. The overtime reviews Chief Melanson was talking about was crossing the number of hours being worked and how they related to the PCM, whether they would be considered a formal audit. Yeah, I'll have to look at the policy on that, but we can get that posted very soon.
Thank you. As quick as humanly possible. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not certain if Chief Gillis is still with us, but one of the problems of being in a 4-hour hearing is that you can do a lot of reading. So I just got finished reading the DOJ's guide to equitable sharing. And I'm not certain how you were able to do it, but there is something in there that says that those sort of funds should not be used for leased property because the agency does not retain the benefit when the lease is terminated. So you used a lot of creativity, I guess, in order to use that. But I also read in there that some of those funds can be used to support community-based organizations. Now, not to the same discretion as other uses, but you could literally create funds of $25,000 each that you could sow into community-based organizations that support the mission of the police department. And so I don't know if you can comment on it now, but it'd be interesting to see if the part of that plan could be exploring that aspect of the forfeiture funds. And I see Councilman Henry wants to chime in on that, so feel free.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to call all parties' attention to Article 1, Subtitle 25 of the Baltimore City Code, which is entitled Confiscated Assets for Neighborhoods. It is a grant program that has been on the books since 2009 that is specifically designed to take forfeited assets and use them to be grant funds for communities and community-based organizations. It has yet to be funded by any administration since the council passed it and the mayor signed it over 10 years ago. So before we go looking to create the wheel, I would ask, as I have asked every police commissioner since then, can we please work with the budget department to take some of the, what I understand to be millions of dollars that we confiscate every year, can we take some of that and put it into this grant fund and use it to bring communities and the police department together to make common cause on increasing public safety in our neighborhoods? Thank you.
Not certain if anyone wants to comment on that, but Councilman Henry, we are speaking the same language today. And so whether it be with the federal funds or with the local, there is opportunity for us to use those funds. And we're not asking for, we're asking for and to support entities that really help us expand the mission of addressing public safety beyond just the law enforcement response.
Councilman, this is Jim Gillis. I will comment briefly. I think that I speak for the agency and really for everybody. To Councilman Henry, certainly, we definitely want to work with what you produced 10 years ago, for sure. I just don't know the mechanics personally, don't have the piece of legislation in front of me, or it's actually not legislation, but the law in front of me. Councilman Pinckey, with regard to your question, the asset forfeiture equitable sharing guide for the Department of Justice and the Department of Treasury does not allow for enhancements for these properties, which means capital dollars being spent to make improvements to it, which means building things, but it can be used for parts of a lease that we will be facilitated for public safety. The other part that Chief Financial Officer Graham mentioned earlier tonight in the hearing was that in order to use any of this funding, we have to get permission from the Department of Justice, which we obviously did before we did this. They would have told us we can't do that. And we had this discussion with them, and they allowed us to do it. So that is how that happened. It's a case-by-case basis, is my understanding. And so, but to answer your question specifically with regard to the Sun Paper building and the lease, that is the answer for that.
No, I appreciate that, and I didn't want to imply at all that you use the funds without permission. Just wanted to make note that there are some liberties that are available to us to use those funds, especially engaging community-based organizations. So I'm just hoping that we explore that as we look at developing our plan.
Absolutely, and I will just for that with regard to the community-based organizations, there have been issues in the past where the police department did use it for things like the police department's basketball league. We get audited by the Department of Justice and the Department of Treasury. I don't remember specifically what the audit said, but they said that that was not a permissible use, for example. And so I definitely look forward, again, on behalf of all of us, working with you on figuring out what would be the permissible uses, and then we can the appropriate authority to make sure we're doing it in the right way and doing it the best way for everybody in the city.
No, thank you. And so for my I guess I'll make this my second question. Want to speak to activity that I know would be the type of activity that would be supported by that the DOJ would even support with these funds. I think Baltimore has the benefit, when I think about community policing and cultural sensitivity, that we have the benefit of a nationally recognized organization or program in Project Numa that has been working with the police department, I think, for at least 6 years now, and with tremendous results. And so I guess my question would be, as we're considering what our recruitment looks like and the training that we'll be providing for our officers, are we looking at opportunities to formalize the relationship between Project Numa and the potential access and training for our officers that can come from partnership with that program? I know that we do it, I guess, in an informal or maybe semi-formal basis, but is there room for this to become a permanent part of our training protocol? I don't know who could respond to that.
This is Jim. I don't know where we are with Project Numa right now. I think it's out of the community collaboration unit under operations right now. Absolutely, those are the types of programs, especially the local based programs, that we would want to work with you guys to figure out how to best utilize this going forward. Certainly.
I'm sorry. So can anyone speak to, I guess, the current relationship, the success? Is it something that has been successful and something that we're exploring to really formalize and expand? It would be a shame to have that level of program birthright of our city and not take full advantage of it. I mean, I know other cities are trying to get it.
Councilman, I'm gonna have to get the answer back to you about the specifics of the program. I don't know that anybody has any actual data to report out on tonight. So I apologize, but that's something I'll get to you early next week.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to chime in really quickly because I know Councilman Henry and I had this conversation a while back, and I know that there's some flux issues there. But Councilman, as I said before, with us really, or me at this point, getting ready to appoint the new Public Safety Advisory Commission, which is going to be tasked with doing community policing plans, et cetera. I think that would be the perfect time to add. We could add or amend your old legislation to allow that group to be a group that could help to give out those funds, to separate it a little bit deeper from the department as well. So we should have that conversation.
I look forward to that conversation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
You're good, Councilman Pinkett?
I have one other questions, but I was just trying to respect the two questions.
Okay, got it. I have a quick question, Commissioner, for the special operations section. Service 6, lost it. Here. Oh, Service 816. I know Colonel Worley was talking about it earlier. Did he go through a breakdown of the number of personnel? I know he was talking about SWAT, the number of personnel associated with each activity. Can you just run me quickly through those numbers? Because I know we have total personnel for the service. We have 106 sworn and 8 civilian. You're on mute.
Just a second, I have to pull up the staffing charts.
Thank you.
All right, basically what you have in the aviation unit, you have a lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 12, 13 officers. I'm basically hand counting these as we go down the staffing chart. Marine unit has a sergeant and 7. SWAT has a lieutenant, 4 sergeants, 5 sergeants, and 30 officers.
Okay.
Then I got to go over to the traffic unit, which is mobile metro unit has a lieutenant, 2 sergeants.
Colonel, hang on one second. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Are we talking about activity 8 traffic section or activity 9 traffic safety?
Traffic section. They all fall under the traffic section.
Okay, got it. Go ahead. Can you start again?
Mobile metro would be a lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and 12 officers.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I can give you the numbers that are in the budget. I already have them totaled. Would that be helpful? Okay, so in special operations.
Madam,
I apologize.
No, that's fine. I appreciate it. Let's let Colonel Worley go through, and then I'd like to hear your numbers after.
Okay, I apologize.
No need to apologize. Go ahead, Colonel.
All right, the traffic section, basically the motors unit has a sergeant and 2 4-6 officers. Fleet safety has a sergeant and 3 officers.
Hang on.
Accident investigation has a sergeant, 3 sergeants, and 14 officers.
All right, hang on one second, Colonel. Who has mobile metro has 1, 2, and 12. Which section has 0, 1, and 6? It's the bike unit.
No, they have a lieutenant over motors. They just have that lieutenant oversees motors, fleet safety, and the accident investigation unit.
Investigation unit.
No sergeant does not fall under a lieutenant. Right.
Okay, so motors is 1 sergeant and 6 officers, and then what was 1 sergeant and 3 officers?
That's the fleet safety towing unit. It's 1 and 4 actually.
Fleet safety towing unit. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what was 3 and 14?
The accident investigation unit is 3 and 14.
Okay, accident investigation unit. Okay, and then Obviously, there's nothing associated with crossing guard reimbursement. And then secondary employment special offense, I'm assuming that's 0 in terms of personnel, correct?
No, that has a sergeant. It actually has 2 sergeants and 3 officers.
Okay. Crossing guard reimbursement, though, is 0, right?
Yeah, we don't have anything for crossing guards.
All right. And then what about the mounted unit?
Mounted unit has a sergeant and 4 officers.
Okay. And then the K9 unit?
K9 has a lieutenant, 4 sergeants, and 16 officers.
All right. And then the emergency service bomb unit?
Sergeant and 5.
Okay. So I got 3 lieutenants, 23 sergeants, and I got 30, 46, 50, 70, 82, 91, 105. I have 105 officers, but
There's also an admin unit for that has a sergeant and 3 officers, but you gotta figure in there's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least 10 officers that I just counted right off the top of my head. 12 officers that are on the 408 or 407 program that are limited duty for some reason or other that they cannot go on the street. They are still assigned to those spots.
okay, so those people are not accounted for in the budget book in this service. They are somewhere else within the department, but they're essentially on loan, if you will, to this service area until they're able to get back out on the street, right?
Correct, and then they will fall back. But they were in those numbers that I just gave you. They were counted in those
Right.
numbers that I just gave you.
Right, okay, I understand. So my confusion is, let's see, 26, that's 131, that's 131 people total, plus we have 8 civilians, right? Is it, or are those folks aren't included, so that's
No.
131 plus 8 is 139, but we've only got 114 positions in the budget book, so there's a gap of 25.
I can answer that.
Go ahead, Eric.
So one of the things that we did in the reorganization, and I'm seeing this now, the mobile metro unit is actually listed in the budget under 622 control. And there are about 40 positions that are a part of that budget. And so we actually probably need to move that into special operations to accurately reflect the span of control that's described by Worley. So the mobile metro unit is operationalized under the special operations command. But one of the items we forgot to move over into special operations was mobile metro. It still sits in the budget in control. There's about 46 positions, I believe, in that spot. And so we have to go back and make sure that that's accurately reflected. But we can get you a breakdown, and I think Shala was working on that as we were talking what's in the budget versus what Worley is talking about, which is people who are active and, it doesn't include the vacancies that might be budgeted for in those particular sections. So Shala can speak to what's in the budget. And I know mobile metro is not part of what you're seeing in that budget, but it needs to be moved there is one of the things that we forgot to carry.
Got it, makes sense. Ms. Graham?
Yes, I'd be happy to run through the budgeted numbers. So for special operations section, the 114 positions you mentioned, aviation, 14 authorized positions, emergency service bomb unit, 7 authorized positions, K9 unit, 19 authorized positions, marine unit, 8 authorized positions, mounted unit, 3 authorized positions, secondary employment special events, 4 authorized positions, SWAT, 2 authorized positions, traffic safety, 4 authorized positions, and traffic section, 3 authorized positions. And if you want the number for mobile metro, which as Eric mentioned, okay.
I'm good on that, but I just want to go back. You said SWAT 2 positions. That was
Oh, no. 52.
52. Okay, gotcha.
It's the accent.
Okay, so what you're telling me is the breakdown of the positions in the budget book. What Chief Melanson is telling me is the actual current day breakdown, or what Chief Worley was, or Colonel Worley was telling me, is the breakdown of where those bodies currently are at. Okay. All right.
My
Go ahead.
numbers have the reductions that we've made for those efficiencies to move some personnel out of this service into patrol. So my numbers take into account those reductions.
And those moves will happen in July 1 under the new budget. So there's going to be personnel that Worley was outlining that are currently active that are going to get moved as a result of these budget changes out of special operations and control. This is what we described in the beginning of the presentation, where there are items there are officers that are in the aviation unit, mounted unit, and traffic investigation units that are currently part of what Worley was describing. Those numbers will be reduced and allocated to patrol so that we can offset the need to fill in those posts with overtime and just do more with less in those units starting July 1.
Got it. Okay. My second question, I wanted to come back to the ERS. Do we know when implementation of that is expected? I mean, it seems like we're making some pretty good progress on that.
Yes, Alan, can you speak to the ERP in general? I think the
ERP,
sorry. Yeah, the last time I heard it was an October go live date. Is that still active?
Yes, we're still being informed that it's October, so we're ramping up for this. We've been actively involved, so we're very excited for the new payroll system. We're currently working on doing end-to-end testing at the moment, making sure that we can test certain scenarios to make sure that we can correct those scenarios before implementing the new system. And then, as mentioned earlier, we're doing some other logistic changes like the biometric time clocks. We'll have to update policies. Because a lot of things now are going to be automated, which is a wonderful process. You know, our pre-approval for overtime right now is done on paper. In the new Workday system, our pre-approval will actually be done electronically through the system. So everything will be contained in one system. So it's really going to give us a lot more transparency in our data, and we're very excited for it.
Thank you. We're going to move to Councilwoman McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions have been answered.
Excellent. Councilman Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Department of Justice report found that the BPD had a practice to, quote, persistently neglect, close quote, to test rape kits or gather forensic evidence, was quick to disregard claims from sex workers, and failed to follow up on indications of serial suspects. I think that this would now be under Service 807. Can you tell us how this year's appropriation addresses that piece of the consent decree?
DC Murphy or either somebody from CID can touch on that.
So I'm sorry.
DC Murphy, I'll hand it off to Chief O'Dell in a second. As part of the consent decree, we do have to produce an annual report on reforms. I'm trying to pull up the stats on that piece of information, but I'll hand it over to Chief O'Dell.
Hello, how are you doing, sir?
Okay, good. Okay, there you are. All right.
Yes, yes. So can you repeat the question so I can hear the second part again, or the part that I would answer?
Okay, so can you talk specifically about how Service 807 addresses the part of the consent decree in which the BPD is responding to the DOJ's findings of a practice to persistently neglect to test rape kits or gather forensic evidence, and how the BPD was quick to disregard claims from sex workers and failed to follow up on indications of serial suspects? How is that now being addressed?
All right, so the element or the piece that has to do with disregard of victims and so forth, that would be covered under CID, and that would be Colonel Briscoe that would talk about their improvements in those areas. I will say, and I've said before on both the news and in different meetings, that there were problems in the data collection from the actual investigation. There was, in this portion of the DOJ document, unfortunately, a lot of errors. The testing piece, and it didn't have anything to do with us per se in the laboratory, but just the fact that they had said that they were not being tested. We had evidence at the time and still do that the investigators are submitting all the kits. We're doing somewhere between 18 and 20 18 of 20 per month. And even at that time, we were. There were some past issues, but they dated back to 2007, 2008, maybe even earlier, where they were corrected. So the testing of the kits, and I've been on the governor's sex assault policy and funding committee for the last 3 years. We're a model program. The department has been in that respect. So in terms of the testing, and that's what the state has adopted in law, were the actual practices of our department. So, or much thereof. In terms of the testing side, again, the investigation is a different piece, a different question of that. So to your question, those kits are being tested. There's a, and the other elements though would fall under CID.
Again, this is Colonel. Good evening again. This is Colonel Briscoe, and to speak to that, thank you, Chief O'Dell. So the sex offense unit, consistent in the documentation of the data about the victim suspect in order to capture accurate statistical information about the suspects and victims. I know that we have improved our training, and we've improved our information collection to ensure that we're compliant to those things, as well as a review. Our Safe Kits requests occur in nearly all cases where a request is applicable and the average processing put in BPD's proposed state legislation to process Safe Kits.
You're getting some echo.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is that better?
I can, yes.
Okay, thank you. So Safe Kits requests occur in nearly all of our cases where state legislation requires process of Safe Kits in under 150 days from the date of request. The majority of those cases handled by our sex offense unit, and cases where the victims and suspects are known to each other. And as I stated in the beginning, we have improved our training for our detectives. That is ongoing. We've had policy amendments as well as oversight and inspection of our cases to ensure that we're compliant. So we've done a great deal in our sex offense unit to improve. We have improved our policies related to offense clearing, rape and sexual assault, to include our subcategories of domestic violence. And that also includes our draft policy for interactions with our lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, our LGBTQ plus community. So we've done a great deal in those enhancements, and the Department of Justice and our monitors have applauded our efforts as we continue to improve our outcomes from those findings and that reporting. So there's an annual reporting that we review about our cases and our performance. And training is ongoing for our unit in that regard. I hope that answers your question, sir.
That does, Colonel. Thank you very much. Actually, I'm going to stick with you for the next one. I suspect, well, actually, maybe this is going back to Chief O'Dell. Service 623, but it's under Criminal Investigation Division. The sex offense registry appropriation nearly quadrupled to $1.1 million from the previous fiscal year. Is that part of the reorg and things are being combined, or are we staffing up? Why such a dramatic increase?
So you have to forgive me here, Councilman. I wasn't familiar of the increase. I can tell you we've had, in correlation to the consent decree to comply to the new standards, I know we had to make some adjustments. We had to make some adjustments in our performance as well as our staffing. But to the actual dollar amount, I don't have that in front of me in terms of comparison. But to become compliant to what was asked of us in regards to sex offense and the consent decree, there were some changes that had to be made. But I'll have to get back to you in terms of specific dollar amount correlation And our registry unit, of course, as you know, as those members are required to register, we have a requirement in terms of tracking their compliance to that. But I'm reading through the report, and I'm just trying to find the correlation to the dollar amount. So I'll have to respond back to you if that's acceptable.
I think the CFO has she definitely has the look on her face that I've come to recognize from earlier in the hearing when she knows the answer. So why don't we go to her next?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, and it's all to do with us getting things in the right places again. So not that anything in the units change, it's just that we're getting everything to be more transparent. So there's not actually really been an increase. It's just the fact that we've moved it into a different service and, that it's more transparent to what we're doing. And we've got the people in the right places on the budget.
Yeah, and council member, that in particular is a function where we move the actual personnel that operate the sex offender registry into that category. And so what you see now are the staff associated with it, whereas before they were in some kind of CID administrative function. And typically in the past, that line item was only the dedicated sex offender registry funds, which are a restricted fund, special only to furtherance of making certain that we are appropriately registering. And so it's the fees from the registration that goes back into the assurance of compliance with the program. So that's always been carried over. What you see now is an increase as a result of personnel that work in that unit being moved into that.
I swear I'm gonna understand this budget. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow, but I'm going to be with you guys on this. I'm going to get it. Okay. Mr. Chair, thank you. Those were my two questions for this round.
Thank you. Vice President Middleton. Vice President Middleton, did you have any other questions?
Oops. No, I don't. I think you and Bill seem to be holding up and going into the 5th hour. But I'm good.
Trying to wear him down.
I see. I'm good. A number of my questions have been answered.
Okay, good. Councilwoman Sneed. Baby Ray, do you have any questions?
Right. So my only question is more of a concern. I know in our areas we have the same corners that our constituents often call about that are known all over the city. And so I just want to just go on record to say that I know we had to, I would love to see if we can take something from the budget and just maybe have a community policing person from some of our areas to work on the staff, to be trained in an appropriate way to talk to or engage with some of the folks that's on some of these known corners and areas. And so, because we just get calls about them all the time, and I know I just couldn't leave today without saying we just need help in some of our areas, but we wanted to go about it in a community policing way, and not the same old way that we've been targeting our areas, some of these hard hit areas anyway. So that's it. It looks like you guys covered most of the questions so far.
So for right now, the NCO assigned to your district, or one of the NCOs assigned to the district, are the people that are trained to be able to facilitate exactly what you're doing. And so I think a direct call to your commander to meet with your NCOs could facilitate exactly what you're looking for. That's the community policing model that currently exists, and in many districts works very well. Those NCOs do a great job. I think they can be utilized a lot more and in a lot better way.
I would probably agree with somewhat, but not all, because we just keep, and the majors, and I'm trying not to make this specific to my district, but to all of our districts, we all get the same calls about some of these, how to engage and how some neighbors are just really upset and don't feel safe in certain areas. So I just want to go on record that there's something else that we have to do, because we tell them to go to the community meetings, to go to the even the police meetings in each of our district. And sometimes if you attend, the concerns are still the same. We still get some of these calls. And so again, that was just my suggestion. So
Yeah, we're working to overcome a deficiency on stops, searches, and arrests. And under stops, searches, and arrests, we're working to teach the officers about what they can do instead of constantly complaining and letting them complain about what they think they can't do. We started the training this year, and then COVID hit, and it's been postponed until we can reconvene in the classroom. But the stop, searches, and arrest training is, I think, is exactly what we can do to make officers, number one, feel more competent and confident in the way they engage people, even on those corners with even people that could be, out there doing the wrong thing. Good point, though.
thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I want to say, in addition to that, I want to commend the commissioner for his support of those grassroots efforts, like the group of men, We Are Us, who have been going out to, prior to COVID-19, have been going out to many of those corners and engaging with young men and women to provide resources and services. And so not only have you vocally supported the effort, but many of your officers ununiformed in their own time, just because they care about the community, have been out there supporting, and you personally have done so. And so I think those types of efforts and movements also will go a long way in helping us to address public safety, violence, and community policing in our community. So thank you for supporting those types of efforts.
Thank you. We look forward to doing more of that. Thank you.
Councilman Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you, Commissioner, for hanging in there, and to your team. We've been talking a lot tonight about various reforms within the department and what you and your team have done to make it better. One of the major impediments to reform, sadly, which we do not have any jurisdiction over, but which I'd love to hear your thoughts on, is the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights. We know that in many ways, LEOBR has been an impediment to even some of the efforts that I think you and other commissioners have supported locally within Baltimore. So I'm curious, do you support changing or abolishing the Law Enforcement Officers' Bill of Rights? And if you support reforming or changing it, which specific parts would you change?
Thank you. I absolutely support making adjustments to it. Number one, that allows for me and executives under the law to be able to take the necessary action that citizens expect us to take when things are brought to our attention, which are bad actions on the part of our officers. That's number one. Number two, I certainly support changing it where not just in immediate action, but when it comes to the outcome of discipline, that we have more say so, and that there's certainly, we're already moving forward with having community involvement in the outcome of police discipline, but how we make it transparent to the community. The thing I get more often than not is not what we did about it, but that people don't know what we did about it. And that is, there's no level of transparency. It actually prohibits me from saying certain things to the community or revealing the outcomes of discipline to the community in a timely manner. And so those are certainly things, and there are others, but I certainly am in favor of making whatever necessary changes that allows for true reform to take place. Now, I understand, the spirit of why it was there, to protect against overzealous, executives that would step outside of doing the right thing. But look, I'm in favor of making those changes because we are in the most expansive reform initiative in the country, and it really can't be true reform if there are impediments to that reform.
So will you be in Annapolis this year pushing for those reforms?
I will, just like I was last year. Yes.
Okay. Second question. You may have said this at some point, not tonight, but in a previous hearing, but I can't remember. As we're thinking about sort of the challenges for us in this hearing and just as a city council in both supporting but also holding accountable your agency. One of the real challenges is that we do not actually have local control of your agency. We are very unique in that. So I'm curious, I've never heard you respond. I know clearly President Scott and many of us have gone up and advocated for local control of the police department. Is that something that you support, knowing that many folks in Baltimore, many of the folks that I talk to don't even know that the police department is not under local control and are often really disturbed when they find that out?
That's a good question. They asked me that last year when I first became the commissioner, and I'm being asked again, and I'll give you my honest opinion. I think that is a political decision. I want to have the resources to give to this department to be an effective, efficient department that has high levels of performance, accountability, and transparency. And I need to be able to get the resources to do what is needed to effectively run this department so we can provide public safety and make the city safe. Now, that being said, I don't know which direction gives me that leverage to be that effective with this department, but I need the resources and the people behind me to be able to support the department, especially when we're doing things well and showing this level of progress. And so, I can't really answer because I haven't been here long enough to know all the nuances that go on for generations. What I need is the resources in real time and the people who have it to give it to me right now to get the job done.
For us, it's not a political question. It is a very personal question in that, again, we pay for the bulk of this department. We certainly pay for the lawsuits against this department. And yet we do not have local control. And as you know from your experience in New Orleans and other places, that is unique in Baltimore. That is not national practice.
It is unique. I will say this because in New Orleans, that council had local control.
Correct.
And so it's not something I'm unfamiliar with, and I certainly welcome it. I think you're asking which one am I in favor of. I want to be able to run and be the executive in my department. I run the executive branch of government. And to be able to make sure that I do that, I'm brought here on a major reform initiative. And if by chance it's a better option for local control and you can give me what I need and we can be a better department and we can be bigger, stronger, faster, and smarter and wiser, then that's what we want. But on the other hand, if you can't, then I have to advocate for what is best for me to be the best kind of chief. I've worked in local control, and quite frankly, I welcome it if that's what it goes to.
Understood. And I would just say that this sort of nether world of in between and no one being fully accountable for this department has not worked for the citizens of Baltimore. Again, Commissioner, as always, appreciate your leadership.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, my colleague, Councilman Cohen, precedes me and anticipates my thoughts. I'm much appreciative for that conversation. Commissioner, I asked before about the war on drugs, and I didn't make it clear, but I think that we could essentially do without the drug enforcement unit entirely. I'm wondering because look, if we were to just stop enforcing, stop participating in the failed war on drugs, we would have a lot less evidence and evidence control related to that. How much of evidence control is attributable to the war on drugs? How much of the budget for evidence control is tied up in that?
Well, I think that's a two-part question. I will say that in moving to my our focused deterrence group violence intervention model that we're about to launch, we are taking one of the drug units in the city and converting them into dealing with how we deliver wraparound services to young men who are at risk and prone to be involved in gang violence. And yes, it will be geared toward reducing violence. Some of it may be tied to the drug industry, some of it may not, but we're certainly moving in that direction. So to that point, we're already moving one of our drug units into a more comprehensive violence reduction strategy. And I will ask Chief Odell, who runs my crime lab, to kind of walk you through what percentage of evidence comes in the form of drugs and how that may relate to the budget.
All right. So in terms of the drugs and evidence control, so there's not like a dedicated or a discrete budget item for that piece of evidence control. It is its own specialized vault. So it does take up space, which is quite a lot of space, as you saw, Mr. Dorsey, because you went in with me, so you know for sure.
Not an insignificant amount of space.
Oh yeah, it's big.
Like a lot of weed.
A lot of stuff. That's for sure. So I couldn't say, like, I saw your tweet a little bit ago about 1.3 million. To give you an idea, I don't know, I have to look at the new budget because they've done so much great work on reorganizing the budget. I don't know if ECU is correctly reflected yet, but I do know prior to this year, 1.3 million wouldn't even have covered the personnel. ECU's never had like a discretionary budget, and as part of ECU, even the building costs, the rent that we have on another location wasn't even in that budget. That some of that has been corrected or is getting corrected, but there wouldn't be a real easy way to identify how much space and or effort in evidence control the drug element takes up or would cost. At least not one that I could spout off the top of my head right now. I can tell you in terms of some of your the theme that you have in terms of the drugs, the majority are not prosecuted. They're still collected, they're still impounded, and they go to burn. So I would say of probably around 12 to 14,000 cases that come in, approximately, and these are only approximate numbers, maybe 5,000 or 6,000 go to court. The rest are stored, then burned. So those might be examples where an officer or a warrant was served where, drugs were collected, and because they're not just going to leave them with them. And when I say drugs, it's not mostly marijuana. It's going to be other things that they collect and bring in, and then it gets destroyed. So they don't leave that, obviously.
Yeah, I guess I'm familiar with that. And I guess what I would hope is that we're aware that it's not just the storage that I'm asking about, right? I mean, evidence control is the entire process of chain of custody from the minute it's taken in as evidence to the minute that it's burned. And there's kind of a lot of work that's involved in that. And
thank you for recognizing that. There's a ton of work. You're absolutely right.
And that's really what the money represents, is the work. The space is just it's just sitting there.
Yep.
And so when I look at a failed war on drug effort that is still being funded to a tune of $3 million in the drug enforcement objective, and then I see another 2.7, I think, in evidence control, 2.6 in evidence control. What I want to know is, if we cut that $3 million for drug enforcement, how much of the evidence control burden of labor to handle all that evidence goes down because we're no longer participating in the war on drugs?
So here, my response to that generally. So while you might still need that same function and that same process, because you're still going to want to take that stuff off the street. how I could see something like that working would be a sort of a public health drug analysis approach, where you would still even analyze the drugs for purposes of locating where they're coming from, where you deploy your public health resources. So you still do the work on it, but you're not doing it now for prosecution. You're now doing it for a public health direction. So you're still, in that respect, going to need the storage. You're still going to need the custody, because you don't want to end up having these drugs get stolen or get lost, and they need to get destroyed still. And they still would get worked, but they just would have a different focus. They would have a different purpose. So I don't know.
No, I think you misunderstand. When I say end the failed war on drugs, I mean get the police out of it. Stop participating in it. And when I talk about public health-based approaches, I don't believe that the police are the people who should be leading public health approaches. So,
I'm just speaking
I'd like
for
to know
me.
how much of our current budget is tied up in evidence control related to the war on drugs.
Right. The point I'm trying to make is that even if the officers and the detectives are not working in that direction, this part of the department and this part of having that, you would probably still want. You still want to have a storage part. You still want to have a process, and you're still going to want to get that data and use that data for public health information. So that part probably still doesn't go away, even if the officers aren't there to, as a whole separate argument, of course, even if the officers aren't there to actually arrest and do those things, you're still going to bring those drugs in, and it's just going to be done and used for a different purpose. So it's still in the department. It just won't be for the reasons. And the war on drugs still would be, your point would still go away. Now it gets used for public health purposes. It gets used for research. It gets used for deployment of different kinds of resources. So I don't think, no matter what, regardless of whether we do what we're doing now, or if the pendulum did swing in that direction, that this part would actually be defunded, for lack of a better term. You'd still
Respectfully, we are on extremely different pages about this. The other question that I wanted to ask, I heard I know there have been some suggestions related to the mounted unit and the Marine unit, and the special units in general. And forgive me if this was already asked or answered, and I'm repeating this, but how often is the bomb unit deployed? And do the Maryland State Police have a bomb unit that could suffice?
Give me a second. I'm looking at the calls for service for the bomb unit, but I can tell you they respond every day to anything that's a suspicious package, anything that looks suspicious that is left somewhere on a table. I'll have to get you the exact numbers for the bomb unit.
How often do we find bombs?
Thankfully, most of the time, never, but we have found a couple devices occasionally. But they were also, if you remember, the biggest, if with them, was when we had the vehicle inside of the garage and we had to shut down the entire city because of the diesel fuel that ended up being stolen. The bomb unit was basically the lead agency, the lead department that went in there and took care of that, so we were able to open the city back up. So
Did we handle that entirely ourselves, or did we have any outside assistance with that?
No, we had to get outside assistance.
We did have to get outside assistance.
Yes, we had to get outside assistance for traffic control. We also were able to get a robot, which they have a robot. We were able to use two robots in conjunction to be able to do, to check out the van and find out that it was not actually a bomb.
They, as in the state?
No, as in ATF.
Got you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman, you good? Councilman?
Yes, sir. That was two questions, so.
Okay, thank you. We are going to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I wanted to stay on Service 642. First question is just looking for clarification because I'm a little bit confused. It says that the budget defunds 14 vacant positions as part of citywide savings initiatives, although the total number of positions stays the same due to transfers related to reorganization in the agency. Can you speak to what the reorganization actually looks like now for this for crime lab and evidence control?
That was and the CFO can speak to it more directly, but that was, I think that was the older presentation. They actually modified it, that particular sentence.
Yes, so as you know, we went through everything and all the personnel, and we tried to put everything to the correct places operationally. So it's part of right-sizing the budget and just getting the budget to match the organization. So even though there was 14 position cuts, then we can assume that last year, when you saw last year's budget, that there was 14 people that were in the wrong place. So they definitely cut 14 civilian positions. From crime scene and from forensics. It's just all about getting everything in the right places. So it's really hard this year to kind of compare to last year because we've made so many significant changes across the budget. Thank you.
Well, on that, then, could you help me understand how many people are in the crime lab and how many are in evidence control? Because it's not clear. Based on, I've looked at the page several times and I cannot seem to get a better understanding of what the reorganization actually looks like here.
Yes.
She can read the general numbers. Any detail you want, I can send you, or I can send the chairman.
So in regards to the budget, there's 182 budgeted authorized positions in crime lab and evidence control, 89 in crime lab, 78 in crime scene, and 15 in evidence control. And then this excludes the 14 positions that they cut. And these are all positions. These are the budgeted positions.
And how many of them are civilian positions?
And actually, I apologize. There's a federal grant that they have, so they actually have 6 additional positions to that are in a federal grant. I have the breakdown of sworn and civilian positions. I'm happy to email that information to you. It's on my desk somewhere, so I'll email it to you. That's okay.
Okay. And
I've actually got it. It's 16 sworn positions in the entire section.
And the bulk of those are in evidence control.
That's correct.
Okay. And the second question I have on staying in this service area, there's seemingly very wild fluctuations in funding levels between FY19, 20, and 21. There's a $3 million increase in the crime lab from 19 to 20, and then a $4 million decrease proposed here. A nearly $4 million increase from 19 to 20 for evidence control, and then a $3 million cut. And then crime scene wasn't funded at all, or at least it's reflected as zero. Maybe it was moved around from somewhere else in the budget. And then a $7 million or $6.9 million proposed here. Can we go into a little bit why there's so much fluctuation in this particular service?
Yes, of course. And the main reason for the fluctuation is going to be separating crime scene. So crime scene was mainly in the other activities. So we've basically taken 2 activities and created 3 activities from those 2. So that's the reason for the big change.
And then some of the older change from, you see over the course of a 3-year period, one of those years, evidence control was removed from service 632, if I remember correctly, and was put into 642. So that happened as well. And then when that happened, not all the position money was actually there because some of the positions were counted in patrol. So those positions in patrol got corrected this year, I believe, is what Charles is saying. And then that 2 years ago, some of those funds were moved when the activity was moved from the 632, which included RMS and ECU, and the ECU piece of it came over to 642. So that's why you've got 3 years of numbers changing like that. Next year, it should, I think, calm down, because now the only changes will likely be civilians coming in that and civilianization and or position adds or cuts.
Okay. That's all I got for you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Bullock. Councilman Bullock. Councilman Reisinger. Councilman Reisinger. Councilman Stokes. Councilman Stokes. Councilwoman Clark. Councilwoman Clark. President Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I know that we changed the use of force policy. Can we talk about how many use of force how many use of force incidents does the department currently have through the current year? And how many of these incidents has the Public Integrity Bureau assessed?
Working on pulling up the numbers year to date for use of force 2020. DC NATO, do you have any information on the force complaints for the year?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. For the past year, from June of 2019 through June of 2020, we have received 67 use of force complaints that are currently being investigated in that year time. I don't have the breakdown of how many of those are completed in front of me, but we had 67 in total.
Deputy Commissioner Murphy, you have follow-up?
I'm working on pulling it up. I don't have it immediately in front of me, but I'll work on getting that information to you ASAP.
Well, Deputy NATO, can you break those down on the use of force, or what types of force? Do you have that broken down in front of you?
So I don't have it broken down because we categorize it as excessive force. We can certainly pull up those 67 and break them down. Those also would have been sent to CRB as well. So between us and CRB, we can break it down and give you the breakdown of how what those complaints were.
If you can get that to me by Monday with the other stuff, that would be greatly appreciated. Deputy Murphy, I'm going to ask my next question while you look up that information. Commissioner Harrison, earlier we talked about, I mean, this is something that you and I agree wholeheartedly on, about looking at the fee structure for both, secondary employment, for Ravens, for Orioles. And I know that this is something that I'm not just going to say to you, but to fire and to places like DOT. I just want to make this very clear that this is something, and in many cases, this is something that has to happen legislatively through the council. This is an area where we are going to do this and do this quickly, as quickly as possible, even if we have to hold back money from you guys until we're able to get that legislation before the council, because I think we all agree that the city's been getting the short end of the stick when folks have been paying just for officers and not gas, not wear and tear on the cars and all the other things that we had. We have to make sure, again, as we're talking in this global position of how our funds are being spent. So I just want to see how far out, Mr. Commissioner, you guys think you are to being able to present to us what you need from this body to help make that happen.
The Deputy Chief of Staff, Sonny Schnitzer, is here, who has who's better able to present that to you. I'm certainly in agreement with you, but she's going to be able to answer that for you right now.
Thank you. we have to do a swap out. I take on the on the. That's,
Yeah, she's
just came on.
okay.
and if the chief of staff can mute his computer, that's where the yeah, there we go. And you too, yeah. Sound. No sound. We should just swap over to the other one.
She's swapping out right now.
Sure. Sorry about the technical difficulties, Mr. President. So in complete agreement and would be happy to work with the council. I'm actually in the process of drafting a board memo. Earlier in the hearing, I know it was mentioned that our rates haven't been updated in several years. I think it's been well over 10. And so that adjustment is going to come as quite a shock to some of those groups who we do secondary employment with. And so in addition to partnering with the council on identifying, exactly kind of what that rate change would be, we'll also be looking to kind of partner with you all in our messaging around what that change in the rate means and getting the word out to our partners. But in complete agreement and would be happy to connect as early as next week on what that adjustment could be.
Thank you. Yeah, I look forward to that. We should do that early. I think that this is something that will greatly benefit us moving forward. Deputy Murphy, were you able to find that information?
For 2020, we're going to pull that for Monday morning. I don't have the dashboard coming up to me right now, but we've got info for 2018 and 2019 broken down by level. I can provide that now or provide it all to you in a comprehensive package Monday morning.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Commissioner, my last question for this round is in reference to gun arrests and gun arrests, particularly of violent repeat offenders. I know that Colonel Worley probably hears me talk about that in his sleep because I talk about it with him pretty much every week. Can we talk about how we're going to have a more focused strategy on not just getting those arrests, but the arrest of the right people? I have been encouraged over recent weeks about the increase in gun arrests, especially due to now what I think is free time to us not dealing with a lot of those non-emergency calls. But I think that it's critical that we understand that not all gun arrests are created equal, but we know that we have to target folks that we know are committing violence and how we're going to move throughout the year to make sure that we're reaching those people.
So I'm going to let Colonel Worley answer the question about the numbers if you need to know about the numbers, but we are certainly making sure we're working with our state's attorney on gun arrests, but then we're auditing internally to make sure that we're dealing with that we're making sure our officers are making those stops and making those searches based on reasonable suspicion and legitimate probable cause, so that we make sure those cases are not dropped when they make it to the state's attorney's office. And then once again, we now have a process where we're analyzing violent crime and reporting out on that aggregate data with our analysts at the state's attorney's office in doing case reviews on robberies, homicides, and shootings. And while we're just getting started, that's certainly going to improve, but that's the quality assurance that we had to build in to make sure that we are focusing on the right people. And look, every time we find, not every time, but many times we're finding young men who are being killed. They are actually having guns on them, and many times they are in gun battles with one another. It's not all of them, but in many of those cases, that's the scenario. And so what we want to do is create the culture where young men are not carrying guns, because the decision to pull the trigger is not made when the trigger is pulled. The decision to pull the trigger is made when they decide to walk out of the door with the gun. And so that is how the decision is made. And, every social scientist will say that. That's when the decision is made. So we have to find a way to change the culture. That's what focused deterrence is all about. Getting young men and putting them on the pathway away from those bad decisions.
Yeah, and I can give you the numbers. The year to date is 109 ARIs that we arrested with guns.
And what's the total arrest, Colonel?
957. And then to speak to your point about the gun arrests, in the very beginning of April, we were 40% below where we were last year. And as of the 6th of June, we were only 5% below. And we had another 28-day period where we made 24 more gun arrests than we did last year during that same 28-day period. So we're still out getting guns. And like the commissioner said, we see the information come back on these people who are kids and victims that have had 2, 3, 4 handgun violations in their past, and they're out there and they're getting shot. We had a guy got shot yesterday. It's his 4th time being shot.
And thank you, Colonel. Is that total, that 900 number, that's not the total of gun arrests, is that a total gun arrest for the year? Or is that total?
No, that's the total for ARI.
What's the total gun arrest for the year?
Total gun arrests for the year, 495.
Okay, thank you. And to that, 2 things there, Mr. Commissioner, thank you for pointing out, getting that data analyst was actually something that I pushed, was one of the first things you talked about, you and I talked about when we got here in that meeting up on the 6th floor. And I think that that's something that we have to think about doing more of in the future. But I also want to talk about now that we're doing the CJIC model, tracing these guns, and that's a word that I even hate to use now, but tracking down where these weapons are coming from. And this is something that I talked with Colonel Herzog a lot. Can we talk about how we're going to start to work with our federal and our regional partners and partners throughout the state about gun traffickers? We passed a law here on the council to add them to the gun offender registry. We know that we were able to get some work done in Annapolis about strengthening the penalties for them, but we know many of the weapons are traveling into Baltimore, into Sandtown, Winchester, or East Baltimore, or ending up in the hands of young people who never went from one side of town to the next. And they're coming from places that are West Virginia, or in some cases, Texas and Georgia and all these other places. Can we talk about how we're going to work with stopping the flow of those weapons into the city with working with our other partners?
Yeah, one of the things, well, first of all, we have a number of officers that are already assigned with dual commissions, both Baltimore police and federal credentials at ATF, FBI, DEA, and the U.S. Marshals. Now, we have a number of officers already working at ATF doing that work, making sure that they're working with ATF, and they have the federal authority to cross local and state jurisdictional lines and work anywhere in the country, just like in a federal agent, already doing that work. But you heard me, you may have remember I said earlier, we were recently a recipient of a federal grant to create 10 more federal task force officers to enhance our crime fight, to reduce crime. Part of that will be having those officers, not all 10 of them, but part of it will be having some of them working at ATF to further your point, exactly that, doing straw purchase work and tracking where guns are actually coming from into the city and how they make their way onto the streets, and being able to prosecute them wherever we find them, because they'll be working as federal task force officers with full U.S. credentials.
Thank you. I look forward to talking more about that. I'm done for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vice Chair Pinkett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my hope is that this question wasn't already answered, but if it is, it'll be a quick one. Looking at Service 635, I just wanted to go back to recruitment just really briefly. And looking at our targets, especially the target for 2021 of 240 number of recruits hired, how does that number align with our projections for attrition from the department?
Hey, Councilman, Jim Gillis here. That's a very good question, and that is the next phase, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, for recruitment and hiring and attrition. And we have not done as good a job of focusing on retention as we need to be doing. And so the projections for hiring 240 is based on calculations we've come up with the mayor's office of performance innovation. And that is a reasonable number given our track record in the past years leading up to this. In terms of projections for attrition, I don't have a projection number in front of me. I will find one, but I can tell you so far, the year-to-date hiring is 94. The year-to-date attrition is 113. So attrition is outpacing hiring, unfortunately. And so that is where we need to work towards retention of officers, of good officers, and making this place a place where people want to stay. And that is, if you look at the commissioner's overall transformation plan, that is a big part of it. And I think you referenced earlier tonight about facilities, for example, and the investments that we're making in facilities and fleet. Those are the things, if you look at any of the focus groups that we've done and an empirical data that we've collected, those are the things that are cited as the number one reason why people actually leave the agency. And that's actually transcends not just here, but any organization. People want to come to places where they feel good about where they work, and we have a really aged portfolio of facilities as well as fleet. And that's where, if you think about a patrol officer, they're spending 90% of their day in their car. And so that is their office. And so we are trying to, as we build the retention plan, put those things into it and use the data that we have to address those very issues that we now know are the reasons why people leave, which will hopefully close the delta, the gap between hiring and attrition, and ultimately hiring will be above attrition. I can say that is also one of the things that the consent decree monitoring team and the Department of Justice are hyper-focused on. They should be, because again, having a sufficient staffing is the foundation for all of this. And this is obviously the genesis also of a lot of the budget. When we don't have enough staffing, it leads into how do we pay to flex the force, essentially. So all of it is connected, but I know that was a really long-winded answer to your question. I hope that answered it. And if there's any follow-ups, let us know. Thank you.
I'll only add, Councilmember, that we do track every week and every month the number of separations, whether they're voluntary or involuntary, or and what those reasons are, and we measure that against exit surveys to figure out why people are leaving, to the extent that they're honest in their exit survey. But what we do know every month, because it gets reported to me every Monday morning in our staff meeting, what the numbers are and what the reasons are, how many of the separations are actually retirements, where people hit the 25-year mark and retire, versus people under the retirement age who leave for lateral transfers or other jobs. What we can say is that the majority of the separations are either retirements.
Councilmember, to answer the projection on the what was put into the budget book, we are assuming a very similar level of attrition to last year, which was 190. So if we bring in 240 and the rule is 190, the goal is a net growth of 50, and we think that's a reasonable estimate.
And I'm sorry, Chief Gillis, would you say we are currently?
113.
Okay. So we're probably going to outpace the 190.
I will say that in the beginning of this year, there was actually more people leaving in January than, if you look at the data sets, than had been in almost 10 years just in this January. So it was an abnormally high amount of people leaving at the beginning of the year. And fast forward to May, which we just came out of, 8 people left in May. And so it has slowed down. That's an optimistic viewpoint, obviously. But yes, it's 113 so far.
One final thing, Councilmember, I instructed my team to start tracking, because I've experienced this before. I instructed them to start tracking both hiring and attrition based on the recent incidents. Like, we started tracking from the beginning of COVID, how that affects hiring, how that affects attrition. And now the recent tragedy that we have in American policing, how that affects recruitment numbers, hiring, and attrition. So that we can know that there's data to speak to why people are either not coming or why people are leaving prior to retirement.
And if I can just add a second question related to that, based upon our current academy, both in the schedule and the staffing, what is the capacity of our, annual capacity of our academy anyway?
We now have the capacity, especially moving into the University of Baltimore, especially once it is completed with all of its renovations, is to be able to put 6 classes a year in with the capacity of up to 50 per class, while also putting on multiple classes of in-services for veteran officers to probably have 40 to 50 multiple classes in service at the very same time, and facilitating other specialty training like promotional or leadership style training. But right now we have the capacity to have, I believe, three recruit classes of upwards to 50 simultaneously, and 6 overall throughout the course of the year at 30-week classes.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman McCray.
Mr. Chair, I'm good. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, team.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Councilman Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment first, based on the Commissioner's answer back when we were talking about your support for local control. And you mentioned that you're supporting anything that would let the department be bigger, stronger, faster, able to do what it needs to do. I just wanted to call your attention to the fact that the idea that bigger and stronger is synonymous with better is a part of what a lot of the people are protesting. And so I just want you to be aware of that.
Well, let me reframe that, because I probably should not have said that like that. Better,
and
better, more efficient. I was thinking in terms of like Superman terms. I just pulled it.
And we'll come back to that, but not today.
All right.
Specifically, Service 621, the employee health and wellness has gone from about 200,000 2 years ago to 1,200,000 for next year. And what's up with that? Is this another case of there was stuff that was in lots of different places and it's been gathered into the right place?
Charlotte, can you speak to that? I'm pretty sure that's correct. We have a number of staff that are dedicated now. They've always really been dedicated to health and wellness activities, but they were in administrative
Scattered in different places.
categories, and we put them in employee wellness. The categories you saw there before, usually special funds or grant funds or dedicated operations for everything from paper toner to whatever else. But we are realigning the whole budget this year to put people where they really are.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Yeah. And in addition to that, one of the things is some behavioral health contracts that were in the Human Resources Division. So we actually, they're to do with employee wellness. So we pulled them out of there and moved those contracts into here. So it's not just personnel, it's also some contracts that go with.
So they move from HR to employee wellness because it's its own section.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm fairly confident, but it never hurts to be certain. And my last question, and this is literally, I'm looking at the Vice Chair, my last question. I have no further rounds of questions after this. A couple of years ago, 3 young men were shot and killed on Willow Avenue in my district. A car drove by and shot all 3 of them dead. And a lot of people, my constituents, some of your own officers, think that those boys' lives could have been saved if the police force were bigger and there were more officers on the streets to have protected them. And when I run into people like that, I tell them the responding officers to that triple homicide were not dispatched by 911. They heard the shots because they were parked half a block up the street at York and Willow, which was a notorious drug corner. And Willow Avenue is a one-way street, so you can't drive down Willow unless you drive past the parked police car with 2 officers in it. And I have told people for years now, that is the moment when I lost faith, not in the police department, but in the idea that the police are a deterrent to violent crime. Some violent crime is going to happen because the people have decided that this is how they're going to react to the situation that they're in. And the second best case scenario for the Baltimore Police Department would have been to catch the killers and put them in jail where they couldn't have hurt anyone else. And the best case scenario would have been to have caught them sooner before they had killed those boys. No police-based strategy, no set of tactics, no amount of equipment or training would have saved all of their lives. And now I'm supposed to be asking a question, so I'll just ask, given the fact that this is what we are facing, do you think it's unreasonable that many of us want to repurpose some of your funding into strategies and activities that might have put all of those young men on paths that had a future?
I think I understand what people are asking for and why people are so frustrated. I think we're frustrated just as much as they are because we are actually responding to it and investigating it and not always solving it and over and over again. And I think we have the will to go out and do this work and to do it well. We just find ourselves not always able to do it well. And there are a number of reasons for that. We're working to get better every single day. So I understand. And those concerns are legitimate concerns. And yes, people will have legitimate concerns and legitimate reasons for thinking we should move money away from something they perhaps think is not working, something they think that might work. We're still having to deal with the real issues of the past and the present in real time, and working to investigate murders of the past and that are happening and shootings that are happening now in real time, and that sometimes seem to escalate. And so while moving money away means moving positions away, and while I can't go back and recreate what could have or would have happened in the past, none of us can. What we can do is create the department that perhaps has more officers involved in doing more of the tangible, important things that builds the relationships that perhaps if officers were doing something different, not just sitting there, but perhaps doing something different. And when all of us do that, we create the culture that builds trust, that has citizens helping us more than they do now because they don't trust us that much now. But perhaps if we could change our culture, both inside the department and in the community, where our officers are more engaged, building trust in the relationships with the people, that culture would make young men think twice about committing those acts because the police and the community both are working together to prevent it. But while we can't go back and think and speculate of what the officers were thinking, of what the people on the corner were thinking, and why the killers drove past and nobody did anything or saw anything, we don't know the answer to that. What we do know is that if we can change our culture to a culture of high performance, where we build trust, we build relationships, and citizen satisfaction is high, and people are more apt and willing to provide information to us, then we can do a better job of holding people accountable. Then the culture begins to shift where people will begin to make better decisions about whether or not I'm going to pull that trigger or commit this crime, especially in the presence of police officers who are half a block away. And so I certainly understand that and am willing to be a part of the conversation. I'm still charged with making the city safe and making sure that we're building relationships and responding to the people's calls that are calling right now in real time, and who will call tomorrow and the next day, until we get to the part where we can build the new stadium and then tear down the old one.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I look forward to continuing to be part of that discussion with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Vice President Middleton.
Thank you all. I'm pretty much finished.
Thank you.
There were a lot of good questions and important answers, and I'm sure we'll all go back to the table and figure this out. So thank you, Commissioner, and your team for
thank you.
Standing within. I guess we're going to the 6th hour now. So thanks for standing in the storm with us.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Yes.
Councilwoman Sneed.
No further questions for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for sticking with us. So one of the challenges that we've been dealing with persistently in my district, this is really COVID related, is around large crowds gathering in Fells Point and other places. I think there's been some real lack of clarity on sort of how businesses, how officers, how others are to engage with people congregating in places like Broadway Square and Fells Point. It's probably where I'm headed after this hearing. It's been a persistent challenge for the last couple of weeks, having crowds gathered, DJs playing, a lot of folks drinking, some issues with sanitation, folks urinating, defecating. It's just been really tricky. And what I've noticed is residents have become increasingly frustrated, and the consistent refrain that I hear is, why aren't police doing anything about it? And I'm pretty clear that having officers go up and arrest folks when we know we're in the middle of a pandemic, when community transmission is still very much happening, when we've been at this incredibly intense place where we've seen all this protesting both in Baltimore and nationally, having officers go in and intercede in that way isn't going to produce great outcomes, but that is indeed the thing that people want again and again and again. And I think that it is how they and we have been socialized. And I think that's been a theme through many of the questions tonight, is folks want police to solve problems that are probably community problems, that are in some ways, in this case, I think transportation problems. We've been blocking off some of the roads so that cars and motorcycles can't circle around and cause mayhem. But I guess my question is, how do you think we can begin to decondition folks from feeling like 911 police is their only recourse? And if we are shifting the department into the 21st century model that that you've described, how do we shift the expectations of the public to help us get there?
I think that's a great question. Those are great points you made. We actually had similar circumstances in New Orleans, where in building our community policing model, the true community policing, where every member of the department is a community policing officer, we found a way to transition out of some of the responses by transitioning the work over to other city services. But the city had to be able to make provisions to staff up those services. But it was a very slow transition, and it just took a while to socialize to the community through community meetings and neighborhood association meetings and various civic groups. It took a year of having those meetings to socialize the appropriateness of that kind of response for police. And then over time, we began to not dispatch ourselves to that. But we put in the hard work of socializing with the community what the community policing model was, what the appropriate response for police was, and what the impact was for police to continue to do that and not have the free time to actually patrol and deal with other issues to prevent violent crime. And so it's together working with your constituents, your district, and all of the districts to find a way to socialize what our model, what the police department's model, community policing model, and deployment model is. And like the president said, there's some responses that we've moved to telephone responses and online responses that we're likely to stay in this mode going forward, even when COVID is long gone. But for those complaints, we got to find a way how to satisfy the complaints that perhaps are not the best response for police.
Yeah, and just the one piece I would throw in there too is that what's great about Baltimore, and I'm guessing New Orleans has a similar dynamic, but is that we've got many groups on the ground that are well equipped to do that work. Often they are underfunded, but I think about folks like Community Mediation Center, who are really expert at diffusing conflict. Of course, Safe Streets, the ceasefire movement. We have so many groups and individuals in our city who I think could be better utilized in solving problems, in squashing beefs, and in correcting behaviors that are problematic, but that don't constitute needing someone to come in with a gun and handcuffs and take someone away. And I would love to see the department better utilize some of those groups and some of those partnerships. And I know, again, you're on the ground, you're trying, you're building relationships, but I think this is an opportunity because Baltimore has an incredible community of folks who want to support and protect our city. And I think we've got to put them to work.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with you, but the community, not but and, the community policing model, really, we should be calling problem-solving model. And police officers, it's not necessarily that we want to go in with a gun and handcuffs and arrest people, but we do want to go in and build relationships where we can be community problem solvers. And, that's the essence of community policing. So certain things you mentioned are quality of life issues more than they are real criminal issues. But some of the quality of life concerns fall under misdemeanor crimes. It's, especially those, defecating in public, especially. But we want to be able to solve community problems, not necessarily by arresting people, but by helping community find solutions to the problems. Because we're the guardians of the community, we want to help people arrive at those solutions. And yes, where there are grassroots organizations that could be helpful, we're certainly willing and ready to work with them.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would say so far in Fells Point, unfortunately, during this pandemic, it has not been working on that community policing level. But, appreciate that that's the direction we need to go. And again, would just constantly plug using and supporting grassroots groups to help and to really just do the work themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to see if I have any. During the MOCJ hearing earlier, Councilman Pinkett asked about the number of arrests related to the use of the City Watch cameras. MOCJ did not have that number. And he also asked if we knew the total number of arrests in the city. And I guess the point was to my interest is the effectiveness and the use of the City Watch cameras and the budgeting for the watch center. And again, forgive me if this was already addressed, but I'm I'm wondering if somebody can speak to that.
Hi, good evening, Councilman. For the City Watch cameras and the number of arrests that were attributed to the coordination between the City Watch camera monitors and the officers on the street, in 2019, we had 335 arrests, and so far this year, we had 128 arrests.
And does somebody have a figure on what percentage of the whole in the city that represents?
No, sir, not on hand, but we can absolutely get that number for you.
Does anybody have a rough estimate of how many arrests are made in the city annually?
Yeah, like 27,000 probably on average per year.
Okay, so we 27,000. That's 335. We're talking about less than 1%. I'm bad at math. That's a really low. That's a really low percentage. That's an extremely low percentage. That's a pretty for what is that expenditure? What's that? I guess I'm wondering, how do we justify the return on investment for this? How can we justifiably say that the $4 million going to the Watch Center is making our city safer or improving quality of life to any credible degree?
Councilman Dorsey, if I may, sir. So we recognize the number, but recognize this calendar year, how that number is a little off because of COVID and what we've endured the last over 2 months. But to add to that, it is an invaluable tool that is difficult to put a price tag of value to, because we use that to help us further our investigations. We use that resource to help with prevention, to call things out in advance. So there are very many other means and ways that we use City Watch cameras. I can just tell you that if we did not have them, we would be in a far more challenging position.
And so also you gotta remember, they have been invaluable over these last 2 weeks. We can monitor the protests, where they're going, how they're going, the route they're moving, where we need resources. So they are an invaluable investigative tool. They're not really an enforcement tool. It's an investigative tool, either after the fact, and we use them to prevent, but it's usually used after the fact or in order to stop something from happening or investigate something that's already happening, and they provide an invaluable service for that.
I might see it differently. Mr. Chair, I think that so much has been covered so far in these 6 hours or so that I don't really want to belabor this hearing any further. If I could take just 1 second here. How much of Service 622 Activity 7 General Street Patrol is funded by general funds? The book mentions that there are 27 positions in there that are funded through a dedicated state grant for that purpose, or state funding for that purpose. But those 27 positions certainly make up only a fraction or a portion of the total allocation here.
I'm Pulling that information up right now. So there's several things in here. There is the COPS hiring grant at 2.5 million. And then there is, believe I'm adding it right now, 4 million in here related to the other state grant, the one you just referenced. And then the residual, which I'll add up for you, is then on the general fund. So if you give me 1 second, I'll give you that information. Then
But
on
so
the
you're saying-
general,
Go ahead.
yeah, of course. And on the general fund, there is 697. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just making sure I've got everything backed out. So then there's 6.9 million then associated with the general fund.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, that's two questions.
Yeah, and I'm happy to send you this information in an email so you can see it more clearly if that would be more helpful.
Sure, I appreciate it. Mr. Chair, may I ask just one other question about patrol?
Sure, Councilman.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Are we still running? Are we still? I realize we've reduced overtime significantly, and that there's a lot of credit due to the department's leadership for that. Are we still regularly forcing overtime in sector patrol?
I believe all of our overtime right now, council member, is voluntary overtime, not drafting or forced overtime. And I'll let Colonel Worley talk more about it.
Yes, sir. It does occasionally, but very rare. Just to give you an example of how rare is that, last year, for the first 6 months of the year, our average staffing per day was 366. This year, it's 405. So that's another 35 officers that are on the street. So we need less and less volunteers. So the drafting policy, because I absolutely hate drafting people and forcing them to work. So we've done everything we can to avoid that.
Let me, I'm sorry, maybe I was not clear in what I was thinking. On a given day, by how much have we decreased the amount of sector patrol that is on overtime?
It went from 366 to 405. So basically, you got 40 less officers on overtime each day this year compared to last year.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to follow up with it about understanding this because I don't want to take up more of the committee's time. It's late. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing more for me this evening. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Councilman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any more questions. Just one thing I would like to revisit, and we can potentially do it in public safety and or budget. But there's several performance measures throughout the BPD budget, and we'll be digging into other agencies as well. But Service 622, 623, 635, 642, 807, and 853 all have what seem, and I want to be clear about how I'm wording my question or statement rather, but the targets have performance measures that have reduction in targets. And, on reading that, it seems like there's what appears to be a lowering of the bar to hit the metric that's listed. I do know that it's been previously indicated that there would be a full review and assessment of all of the performance measures and targets. So I'm happy to walk through these in greater detail at a different committee setting. But just want to point out that if that is the case, it's not really a good look to see reductions in the target and suddenly we're looking like a little bit closer to hitting the mark than we may actually be. And I'll just stop there. I didn't have an additional question, Mr. Chair. Agency's welcome to respond, but
Yeah.
I don't want to each one.
Yes, Councilmember, I can respond to that. I think part of what you see in the FY20, again, the prior metrics, you gotta remember when the budget process is built, the budget is usually built sometime in January, February. That's essentially when the commissioner was named, being sworn in. So all these metrics were really put into place without the executive management really getting a handle on it and understanding what's being reported, why it's being reported. And we've actually been working with the Division of Audits within the City Hall to try to align and make certain that we are actually able to measure what we are managing and what we're managing, what we're measuring, and making sure we have the right methodologies in place. So what you see here is an alignment, a realignment of realistic expectations, achievable goals. And for us, it's based upon the methodologies that we can kind of stand by. So we could definitely set up a meeting to be able to go through them line by line and then be able to present that to the larger council as a review of those practices. For us, we are a data-driven philosophy that we're bringing to this department, but the data is only good as the methodology used to create it and the accountability mechanisms to ensure that it's accurate. And for us, a lot of those metrics that were in prior years, as something that our operations bureau had mentioned previously on the clearance rate, going back and taking a look at it and saying, how did they get that number? Because it doesn't make any sense. For us, it's important that we're reporting out not only the right data and actuals, but realistic targets and goals. Another example of that was something about recruitment, which in prior administrations was talking about bringing in 300 officers a year, and while we would love to bring in 300 officers in a given year, we know, given the logistics and given the realities of recruitment challenges for law enforcement across the country, that is just not an attainable goal. So we worked with the Office of Performance and Innovation in the mayor's office to define what a realistic goal should be. And so those are the kinds of metrics, and again, we'll be happy to sit down with you on all of those and to get ideas about how to put the right metrics on areas of responsibility that you're looking for within the budget. For us, we want to move and be thinking about a budgeting for outcomes model and a budgeting for equity model. Part of the other thing that we've done is bring in our equity officer to make sure there is an opportunity to look at the budget through an equity lens. These are all things that we're doing right now. It's not only a best practice, it's just the right thing to do. And for us, that's something we're dedicated to doing and making sure we're being transparent.
Yeah, I'll take you up on that. Because I also just want to make sure that whatever's being, the public is looking through this book as well, and want to make sure that the performance measures laying out actually reflect the work being done, and that the goals that are being set are set in stone so that year after year we can, easily see the progress. If there's changes year after year, with the bars higher or lower, it becomes hard for us to assess the effectiveness, and I would imagine for you and your management team to do the same. So I'll stop there. But I will follow up and take you up on that meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman Bullock. Reisinger is gone. Stokes is gone. Clark is gone. Mr. President.
I am good, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Thank you, committee. Thank you, everyone, for being so diligent. I look forward to following up with everyone over the weekend and on Monday.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman or Vice Chair Pinkett. Good. Councilwoman McCray. Good. Councilman Henry. Thank you. Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. President.
Before we go any further, I just wanted to thank you, your vice chair, all the members of the committee and the staff for going through another very interesting budget week, a very unique one where not many people are in the chambers, and then sometimes it feels like 20 people in there if you have echo. But I want to thank you guys for leading us through another budget week. I know it's trying, and now you all guys know how it feels to be me in the council chambers by yourself, with no one else in there. So thank you for getting us through the week.
Thank you, Mr. President. You talk a lot faster in person and when you're not behind the internet, but we appreciate all your staff support during the process, especially Kaylin Young and Dominic McLilly. So thank you very much, and please extend our thanks to them as well. So before we wrap up, Mr. Commissioner, I wanted to thank you. Truly appreciative that you took the job in Baltimore. I'm of the mindset that you are the best reform commissioner in the country, and there is no other place that has been more deeply in need of reform than Baltimore City. So we got our guy. We got the right person, and we are blessed to have you. I appreciate your senior team. All of them have been fantastic to work with. Whether it's Rich Worley or Andy Smolian, Jim Gillis, Eric, Michelle Wurzberger, all the folks that we interact with on a regular basis are really fantastic. I also want to give a special shout out to my two majors and captains, Major Daryl Gaines and Captain Jeff Featherstone in the Central, and Major Byron Conaway and Captain Jason Callahan in the Southern. As I've said to you repeatedly, I'm sure this is going to upset them. Please don't promote them. Leave them where they are. They are doing a fantastic job, and they're not just doing a fantastic job in terms of crime fighting. They're doing a fantastic job in terms of their engagement with the community and calling community leaders back, sending officers out when we had a situation in Sharp-Leadenhall with excessive drug dealing. Major came right out. We met with a couple longtime community leaders. It's that type of stuff that is really, strengthening and restoring and strengthening these relationships that are so important with the community. Because as you oftentimes say, you can't do it alone. You can't. So, looking at this budget, $509 million in a city appropriation is a massive number. I think what you heard tonight from virtually all of our colleagues is that that's big, and we need to find creative ways to reduce that without impacting operations in terms of patrol and CID, and without impacting the consent decree compliance, because it's critically important. The only way that we're going to get out of the hole that we're in our city is to figure out how to effectively implement the consent decree. We've got to do it quickly, but we've got to do it the right way. We can't cut corners. And we know there's no bigger champion in the city for that than you. I am certainly of the mindset that this budget does need adjustment. It does need cuts under what, at a minimum, what were appropriated last year. The committee is going to work through what our thoughts are on that. At this time, we're not going to take a vote. We're going to go into recess. The committee is going to reconvene on Monday morning at 10 a.m. We want to thank you again, your entire team, for sticking this out for nearly 6 hours. And you have something, Mr. Commissioner?
When you were finished.
So we'll be in recess till 10 a.m., but I'll turn it over to you for final remarks, Commissioner.
First of all, let me say thank you to all of you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and Vice Chairman, and its entire council. Let me say thank you for allowing us to come before you to present and to tell you about the progress we have made, along with the concerns that we may have. And I want to thank you, but I really want to take this moment to thank you, Sonny. You've been a real champion. Thank you to our solicitor, real champion. But I want to thank this dynamic team that I have. This is a team that I would take and put up against any team in America. And I want to say thank you to them. This is the most dynamic, competent team that I've ever had. And I'm so proud, not just to be their leader, but to work with them. And what you're seeing is cohesion. We've come together as a cohesive group, and our effective change, positive change, and improvements and everybody comes to work every day, Mr. President, with their A game. And I look forward to even more progress and more work to be done. So I just want to publicly say thank you to this entire team. Some of them are here with me. Some of them are on this Zoom call. I just want to say thank you to them because I could not do this alone. It is all of us together. And then the men and women of the department who go out and execute every day. They actually have to execute the plan. We put it together, they execute. I just want to say thank you to them. And all of us, we're in this together, and we thank you for allowing us to share a little bit of it tonight with you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. We're now in recess until 10 a.m. on Monday morning.